Welcome to ALA's virtual event, Community Through Connection. I am Wanda K. Brown, your president, and I am pleased to welcome you to this new, exciting gathering. As you know, we were meant to be in Chicago this month, but the worldwide pandemic has changed so much so quickly. In fact, 2020 marks the first time since 1945 that we have not had a summer conference. These are unusual times, but I'm so glad we could still get together. Albeit virtually, we can learn, grow, and most importantly, we can lean upon our fellow librarians and library workers while we adapt and evolve in this new world. Before we introduce today's keynote speaker, I want to welcome Tracy D. Hall, ALA Executive Director. Tracy came to us at the end of February, and she's going to tell you all about her first few months on the job, which were not what anyone expected. Tracy?
Please allow me to greet each and every one of you and to thank you so much for your presence. As part of ALA's virtual event, I have been asked to reflect on my first 4 months, my first 120 days as Executive Director of this august body, and to share a bit of my vision, which I hope will become a shared vision for the association, for not just its sustainability, but for its thrivance in the years to come. Before I turn to that, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary times that we are living in, a time when coronavirus has required that we distance from one another, and a time when the stand against racism and racial violence requires that we come together. I hope that you are keeping as well as you can during these times. Our resistance in both of these struggles requires our resilience. Because we are a library and information field, because we are library and information workers, we are called to be as vigilant against racism as we are against the spread of disease. Just as there was an outcry across the profession and within this association to keep our staffs and community safe and protected in the face of this pandemic, so too are we obligated to cry out against racism. Because it is clear that the work of dismantling racism is overdue in our society and in library and information services. Racism, bigotry, and bias threaten the reach and impact of our field and the full promise and potential of an equitably informed public. It cannot abide. The profession's future, ALA's future, rests on the building of institutions, staff, and leadership, policies and procedures that promote racial equity, confront racism, and that fully recognize that the future of our nation and the work we do rests in the fundamental truth that the lives, the Black lives, of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Charlene Lyles, Tamir Rice, Philando Castile matter. So for me, this program is aptly titled Community Through Connection. Connection is at the heart of the American Library Association. There is extraordinary power inherent in our coming together as a membership body across multiple library types, areas of specialization, community contexts and geographies, service populations, individual backgrounds, and layers of identity. There is something powerful in our coming together to agree and to debate, as we each in our own way help to push this profession forward. In 2026, ALA will turn 150 years old, and I have been centering that birthday as a new milestone in the evolution of our institutional legacy. It is crystal clear to me that the sum of that legacy, of our 150 years accumulated and our 150 years to come, must amount to justice, a concept that is often described as a concern for peace, a demonstration of respect, and equitableness. So I say here, let our legacy be justice. I say this because there is something about justice that demands that we take sides, that we make intentional decisions about whether we will work at the side of justice or opposite it. When I say let our legacy be justice, I am inviting us to explore the construct of the library as both the vehicle and driver of justice, as both a means to justice and an arbiter. Now, what is our responsibility for justice to those in communities disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 contagion and deaths, especially when public health experts identify inequitable information and digital literacy and access as a key factor in the ability to develop a personal health advocacy strategy or not? What is our responsibility to justice when we consider that literacy and educational attainment are two of the key contributors to economic self-sufficiency, and that their absence contributes to the school to prison pipeline, high unemployment, and cyclical poverty? Now, I want to back up for a moment and I want to lay some groundwork for my argument on the pivotal role that libraries play in the meeting of justice. Founded 144 years ago in 1876, a year when 1 in 5 adults was still not functionally literate, yet a year of infrastructural and social innovation, which included leaps forward in foundational telephone and electricity technology, railroad expansion, the drafting of the Declaration of Rights of the Women of the United States by U.S. suffragists, and which Edward Alexander Boucher earned a PhD from Yale University, becoming the first African American to receive a PhD from an American university and only the 6th American to earn a PhD in physics. In that same year, the American Library Association was born. And our inheritance is that spirit of dogged tenacity and that obligation towards radical shift and evolution. Progress, and change are the birthrights of this organization, with its mission to provide leadership for the development, promotion, and improvement of library and information services and the profession of librarianship in order to enhance learning and ensure access to information for all. Lead, develop, promote, improve are not passive verbs, but rather suggest that inherent in ALA's DNA is the proclivity to be uncomfortable with stasis, to be dissatisfied with just leaving things where they are. I think this antipathy towards inertia then could also be a fitting descriptor for the quintessential ALA member, because it is the members that make this body in their collective image. I want to dwell here for a moment, and I want to share a little bit of what drew me to the association. I came to libraries after working in homeless shelters. All too often, low literacy and low educational attainment were at the heart of the desperate cyclical poverty that my clients experienced. The inability to read and comply with directions would cause incarceration, parole violations, missed court dates, or interruptions in housing or social services. Learning that our local library offered literacy and adult basic education courses and assisted with job searches made it a mandatory first stop for new residents. I would take the shelter van and I drive everyone down to check out the library and get library cards. It felt like the first step towards real self-sufficiency. And I cannot tell you how many times shelter residents visiting the library for the first time as an adult would tell me, I can't believe this is free. The words, I can't believe this is free, still hit home for me right now. There is something in those words, "this is free," that speak to enfranchisement and belonging. And if you have ever been or worked with people who are homeless or poor or formerly incarcerated or othered or marginalized in any way, you know how rare it is to have the right and the access to resources. Whether we work in a small school library, a rural public library, an urban community college, or a university library working to support first-generation college students, this feeling of belonging is what we must be striving to create. I came to work in libraries right after working with the homeless, bringing with me that conviction that the library operates as a critical kind of social infrastructure in the same way that housing does. Though I wouldn't become a librarian until years after landing in libraries. Even then, as a program coordinator focused in youth and community outreach and with reference duties, I drifted towards the American Library Association because I observed that the most active librarians in my organizations, the ones concerned with membership and how to serve their communities, the ones who were right at the front lines of making responsive changes, all of them were deeply involved in progressing the profession and deeply involved in ALA. I can still remember going to my first ALA annual conference and leaving with my meeting program filled with all of these notes and the email addresses of like-minded new contacts, bags filled with books, and my head filled with new ideas that I couldn't wait to try. In those early days of my career, well, I was still trying to figure out how to add librarian to my identity as artist and activist. It was watching the work of the Social Responsibilities Roundtable, of EMERT, the Ethnic and Multicultural Information Exchange Roundtable, the roundtable that is now the Rainbow Roundtable, the Black Caucus of the American Library Association, alongside the American Indian Library Association, the Asian Pacific American Librarians Association, CALA, the Chinese American Library Association, and Reforma. It was watching their work that helped inform my practice as a librarian and deepen my belief that libraries can be an accelerant of belonging and of justice. Now, I want to return to the notion of justice, its centrality to the relevance and permanence of libraries, and its requirement that we be intentional in establishing our priorities. And I want to call out 3 goals, 3 urgencies, 3 priorities for the sector and ALA as I see them. Call number 1, universal broadband. I've said this before, but if, in my estimation, the first great wave of library and information services was in the 18th through early 20th century to pull the public towards reading literacy, and then in the 20th century to help to introduce technological literacy into the populace, then the next and third great wave of library and information science will be to universalize broadband internet access and to tackle any and all adjacent barriers to this now fundamental platform. Digital literacy, digital access, universal broadband. A 2019 Pew survey of offline Americans found that 32% said that the internet was too difficult to use. Another 19% said the cost of owning a computer and getting internet service was a barrier. Those that work in health services, along with librarians and informationists, are seeing a correlation between inequitable health outcomes and access to technology. The United Nations has identified the imperative of universal internet access, which it defines as getting 90% of the global population online, as its central goal. Some experts argue that at this pace, we will not reach that milestone for yet another 30 years. We can't wait. alongside access to food, to social services and supports, to medical care, and to public transportation, all determinants in the overall health of a community population. The American Medical Informatics Association contends that access to broadband internet service should be included as an indicator of public health, due to the growing role that internet access plays in connecting patients to care. I want to think about that. I want to offer that as an extension of the right to read, free internet access, free and open universal broadband must be considered a human right. And now, call number 2. The rapid diversification of the library and information service field. According to recent studies, only about 6.8% of the 300,000 librarians in the workforce today identify as Black, 8.6% as Latino, 4.6% as Asian American or Pacific Islander, and less than 1% as Native American. The profession's lack of reflection and alignment with its widely diverse client base limits its reach and credibility. We must do more. We must not only expand our funding to programs like the Spectrum Scholarship Program, but we must also work to expand the ranks of librarians of color in other ways. I say this because I was in the first cohort of Spectrum Scholars, and I know that had it not been for that scholarship program, I would not be before you today. So it is my personal responsibility, and I ask that you join me in working to diversify the next generation of library workers. And I turn here to think about programs like the Workers' Progress Administration's traveling libraries, their library service system that was set up to serve communities. We need a library services corps. We have the opportunity to learn from programs such as the Civil Works Administration. A CWA library worker in Kansas in the 30s insisted distance and roads are no barrier to book deliveries to citizens who want them. We need a diverse professional corps of library workers as well as librarians to ensure the equitable knowledge and digital enfranchisement that we seek for our public. Now, there is a book, Library Service for the Civilian Conservation Corps, that's written in 1937 by Jed H. Taylor, that demonstrates an early model of what this could look like. And I recommend it to you. I'm reading it myself. And our Public Library Association division is working with high school students of color to build a pipeline program for library staffing at the earliest levels. What also could we learn from them? If our institutions and profession is to be sustainable, all of us must devote ourselves to the diversification of this field, and we do not have time to waste. Last call number 3. We need our local and federal government and a wider array of public and private funders to deepen wide-scale investment in libraries. This investment must recognize the capacity of school, public, college, and university libraries to reinforce early education and high school persistence, to provide basic education and employment support for adults, and to prepare the leaders and problem solvers of tomorrow, and to do that equitably. Libraries are too often the first stop community resource, but rarely does our funding match that primacy, and we need to change that. For this reason, ALA has now formed the Philanthropy Advisory Group to help cultivate a culture of philanthropy within the association as we strive to grow our scale and impact to the field. It is critical that whether on a college campus, in a K through library setting, or in a large metropolitan library, or in a small town, that libraries are recognized not only for the information access and services they provide, but also for their ability to amplify the impact of nearly every other adjacent area of support. Just as ALA's Public Policy and Advocacy Office, along with ALA members, have successfully mobilized to ask our government leaders to increase support for IMLS and LSTA, and to ensure that libraries are factored into the CARES Act, so must we continue to highlight the often unparalleled work we do in education, employment, and small business support, in high school and college completion, and in community development and well-being overall. Embedded in each of these three calls for action is the consistent and overarching call for justice. Let that ideal be our legacy as librarians and information workers. Because all of this is empty. The quest for wider digital access, for a representative and fully deployed workforce, and for expanded support for library services, all is empty unless it is fueled by justice, the desire for peace and equity and universal well-being and mutual respect. If you have any questions about anything that I've said, or you want to get more deeply engaged with organizing for universal broadband, or want to support the Spectrum Scholarship Program or diversity recruitment efforts in general, or if you want to get involved with the Philanthropy Advisory Group to ensure that the work of libraries is supported and sustained, I'd like you to email me directly at thall@ala.org. That's THALL@ala.org. I look forward to continuing this conversation. So where is ALA headed? Towards justice. That is the star on our roadmap. Let justice be our legacy, and let us arrive there together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you so much for listening, and please stay connected.
Thank you, Tracy. We are so lucky to have you on board. It is now my pleasure to introduce your ALA executive officers. Please welcome President-elect Julius C. Jefferson Jr., who will be inaugurated as your 2020-21 leader at the closing general session. Patty Wong was elected ALA President-elect for the 2020-2021 in this spring's election, and ALA Treasurer Maggie Farrell. Of course, ALA Executive Director Tracy D. Hall, who leads the staff and who manages the work of the association. Last year, at the ALA Annual Conference and Exhibition in Washington, D.C., I announced Finding My ALA. This initiative was to connect with members around how they found their place within our association. Although COVID-19 would make travel difficult in the second half of my year, I was grateful to have met so many caring, passionate professionals. No matter where I traveled, the people I met were eager to share what they were doing to make their community successful. Let's meet some of those members who have found their place in ALA. I am continuing to find my ALA. Finding my ALA has been a journey.
So my name is Sharnette Evans, and I found my ALA, so shout out to Wanda Brown.
To network with other librarians, to kind of put my feelers out there to see what kind of career in librarianship I really wanted to pursue.
ALA is what gives me bright ideas to try. It gives my director some like a foundation to know that I'm not crazy.
And you're going to increase your learning and update it endlessly because it changes all the time. The field grows in importance and you can be a part of it all.
Network with so many people who had the same interests that I did with children's services, and I wanted to bring that back to my system and include more diversity.
I am the first president of the Graphic Novel and Comics Roundtable. We are the newest roundtable to be added to ALA and actually the first roundtable to be added in 5 years.
There's so many other progressive things that comes from that. But first you have to find a connection, and I think once you do that, then sky's the limit.
New Members Roundtable has been a great way for me to get connected in a very low barrier to entry, and I've made great friends.
I didn't have my degree, so I joined anyway. And since that time, I've been able to connect with so many people.
I'm now one of the 2020 class of emerging leaders. So that's been great this year, getting to meet all kinds of new people and work on projects to better the organization. So it's going to be exciting.
And I found my ALA through the Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, Transgender Task Force. At the time, it was a task force. Now it's the Rainbow Roundtable.
Loretta Parham called me over and she informally took me under her wing, and that was the best experience ever at a big, overwhelming conference like ALA.
You need to be a part of this. You need to be, with others with the same job and the same passion in their lives.
It's a great cause and a great thing to support, and I look forward to working with different ALA reps.
And so now I'm in a new role, and I'm continuing to learn about ALA. So my journey continues.
And now I'd like to invite you to take the next step in your journey with ALA. Become a member, attend an upcoming conference or webinar, sign up to be a volunteer with your division or roundtable. Your involvement is what makes ALA a strong and vibrant association for our profession. I look forward to seeing where your journey with ALA takes you. Thank you. ALA is fortunate to have so many wonderful and committed sponsors who support our association year after year. These stalwarts didn't flinch when we needed to make the pivot to digital. In fact, they stepped up like never before and helped underwrite the cost of the conference attendance for our members. Please join me now in expressing appreciation, and please also take the time to visit the virtual exhibit hall to thank them for being here, but also for the support many of them give to ALA throughout the year. Our platinum sponsors are Overdrive, Gale, and EBSCO. Our gold sponsors are Ingram, Springer Nature, OCLC, and Scholastic. And thank you to our silver partners, Tutor.com. Now I would like to take the time to celebrate the following anniversaries. Congratulations to the Nebraska Library Association for 125 years of excellence in promoting library services and the library profession in the state of Nebraska. Conceived in 1920, let us honor the 100th anniversary of the Southeastern Library Association, SELA, through its work in supporting library services and providing educational and networking opportunities on a regional level. The ALA's Public Policy and Advocacy Office, founded in 1945 as the Washington office, celebrates its 75th anniversary in October of 2020. Over 3/4 of a century, there have been spectacular successes achieved only after years of effort and patient navigation. The beneficiaries have been not only our nation's libraries, which have been built, stocked, and staffed by federal and local funds, but also the library workers, users in the public, tribal, school, and academic communities who continue to build and advance ALA's advocacy and policy work across the nation. The Black Caucus of the American Library Association celebrates 50 years. BCALA serves as an advocate for the development, promotion, and improvement of library services and resources to the nation's African American community, and provides leadership for the recruitment and professional development of African American librarians. 2020 also marks the 50th anniversary of the Rainbow Roundtable, the nation's first LGBTQIA+ professional organization. Since 1970, Rainbow Roundtable has been committed to serving lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, pansexual, genderqueer, queer, intersex, agender, asexual, and ally, professional communities and population at large. The Asian Pacific American Library Association, APALA, is celebrating its 40th anniversary in serving and advocating for Asian Pacific librarians and communities. APALA is one of the 6 national associations of librarians of color affiliated within the American Library Association. The Coretta Scott Book King Award is excited to celebrate the anniversaries of 2 of their awards in 2020. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the John Steptoe New Talent Award, named after the famed author and illustrator John Steptoe. This award was established to affirm new talent and to offer visibility to excellence in writing and/or illustration for that which will otherwise might go unnoticed. This year also marks the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Hamilton Awards for Lifetime Achievement. Named after the famed award-winning children's book author, this annual award alternates honoring practitioners for their engagement with youth using African American literature and honoring an African American author or illustrator who has made a significant and lasting literary contribution for children and or young adults books. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our opening session. I'm delighted to welcome Misty Copeland, American Ballet Theater principal dancer and best-selling author. Misty made history when she became the first African-American female principal dancer in the American Ballet Theater's 75-year history. She is the recipient of the Lenore Annenberg Fellowship in the Arts and was appointed by President Obama to the President's Council on Fitness, Sports, and Nutrition. Glamour magazine named her Woman of the Year, and she is on Time's Top 100 list of the world's most influential people. She will be joined today by Kirby McCurtis, the current president-elect vice president of ALS and library manager of Multnomah County, who will be interviewing Misty about her life, about breaking barriers, and how her own experiences inspired her to write Bunheads, the first in a series of picture books coming out this September by Penguin Young Readers.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy that you're able to join us watching from home or from work. I'm so sad to be missing you in person. My name is Kirby McCurtis, and I'm a library manager for Multnomah County Library in Portland, Oregon, and president-elect of the Association for Library Services to Children, also known as ALSC. I'm here with Misty Copeland, American Ballet Theater principal dancer and author of the new picture book series Bunheads, coming this September based on her early dance experience. How are you, Misty? How's this pandemic treating you?
Hi, I'm really excited to be here as well, and honored to be a part of this incredible club of people. Things are interesting right now. You know, I feel like I definitely try and see the silver lining in things a lot, and this time I think has just really allowed me to just step back and just reassess things, because living in New York City and just the life and schedule I have, it's just nonstop, and so I haven't had this much time away from a ballet studio or a theater my entire 20-year career. So in that way, it is a very interesting time, but just trying to make the best out of what's happening and help people and use my voice and platform in any way that I can.
Right. So knowing that you're not in a studio, like how are you able to keep dancing? I don't really sort of know the logistics about how much space does it take to practice?
It's extremely difficult for dancers at this point. I think that when you think about elite athletes and you think about professional football and basketball players, especially here in the United States, you know, dancers are seen and have to train in the same exact way that athletes do, professional athletes do, but we don't make the same income as them. So it's a little bit difficult, you know, when you don't have a training facility in your home. And especially living in New York City, you're very limited with space. And to train properly and at the level that we need to, you have to have a particular floor. It's a sprung floor so that you can jump and not get injured. You have to have a specific floor that you lay over that so that you can dance on point. And so, you know, it's pretty stunning to see dancers in their living rooms and in their bedrooms and just trying to find space to stay in the best shape they can with, you know, the means they have.
Right. So you said you've been dancing for how many years now?
It's been 25 altogether, but I'm coming up on my 20th anniversary with American Ballet Theater as a professional.
Wow. So tell me about the new series. So what was the inspiration for this? This is from your early dance experience, right?
Yeah. You know, I had such a great experience with my first children's book with Firebird with Christopher Meyer.
So beautiful. It's one of my favorites.
You. And, you know, just to be able to connect, you know, I mentor a lot of young people. I talk to a lot of young people. And so it just made sense to come out with another children's book. And, you know, I spend a lot of time again in the ballet studio with younger dancers, and I'm just constantly reminded of my own experience. And so Bunheads came about because I really wanted to do something that celebrated, you know, I'm constantly pushing for more diversity in classical dance, but to do that on a platform that you're reaching children, I think is even more valuable. And so I was fortunate to, you know, I grew up in Southern California, very diverse, and the first ballet school that I came into was really small. It was like your local community dance school. It wasn't a big, you know, institution. Not a lot of dancers come out of those small schools and make it to this level. But I was very fortunate that we had, you know, dancers that were starting at a late age like I did. I started at 13 years old, which is considered late in our world. And just dancers from all different backgrounds. I think it was more affordable classes where we were. And so I really wanted to represent what my ballet studio was like, which I see it as like this little group of like misfits, like what you wouldn't think of when people think about a ballet school. And all of the characters in the book, in the first book right now, are all based on, you know, friends of mine and dancers that I grew up with in my first studio. And so I just thought it was a way to really represent so many different people from different cultures. And so in the first book, you really get to know me as a young girl stepping into ballet class for the first time and having those fears and anxieties about doing something I'd never done before, being so shy and introverted, and then meeting who became like my best friend then, and she still is a really close friend now, Catalina, and we call her Cat in the book. And she comes from, you know, Mexican heritage, and then there's Little Wolf, who this little round boy, and just to have that representation of a boy in ballet, I think is so important as well. And then just to go along with us in our school on our daily journey to learning ballet, learning the technique, but also discovering and learning about a ballet. So Coppelia is the ballet that we focus on, and it's just a really adventurous, colorful, creative ballet that, within the book, we tell the story. So there's a story within a story. And just our journey to auditioning and having the support of your friends and of your mother and parents and ballet teacher. And then the outcome being the end result of performance.
Right. So in that, have you done that play again, like since?
Yes.
Performed in it? Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah, so I did it when I was like 13, 14 years old.
Right.
I don't think I performed it on an actual stage. I think it was like a recital in the ballet studio where like parents and friends could come and watch. And I did perform that role. And like the leading role, Swanilda, in the ballet. Yeah. And then I think it was, maybe 5 or 6 years ago that I did it for the first time since I was a teenager. And it was with American Ballet Theater, and it was actually in, I think it was in Abu Dhabi the first time I did it. So it was quite an experience. I haven't done it since,
so my friend Linda, she's a librarian and she's definitely watching. She said, make sure to ask what's her favorite ballet to perform. So
my favorite ballet is definitely Romeo and Juliet. It's always evolving and changing, and even ballets that I've danced my entire 20-year career, I still, there will be times that I'm like, oh, it feels like it's the first time I'm doing it, and I may fall in love with the ballet, and then the next season I'm like, I really don't like doing this ballet. So it's constantly evolving like as people, but Romeo and Juliet's one that has really been consistent throughout from the time I first did Juliet. And I think it's just the older that I get and the more that I mature and kind of dive deeper into my art in a way that's not just physical, I really appreciate like the richness of performing works where it's really needy in the acting department. And Juliet, it's a big responsibility to take on such an iconic story, as well as an iconic ballet, and the music, and it's a lot to take on. But the third act in the ballet, it's pretty much just me, like on the stage without really any steps, and it's just like this acting that's not exactly free, but a lot of interpretation. And I like having that responsibility as an artist to tell a story without much movement and be able to tell a clear story to the audience.
Right. This is a perfect segue. So Margot Fontaine said in her book, A Dancer's World, in regards to ballet, life has an extra dimension of expression, wordless but powerful. So since ballet is mostly wordless and you tell your story through movement, what has the transition been like for you to now be working in a medium that relies on words to tell a story?
Yeah. It's really not that different from what I've done almost my whole life. Before ballet and dance came into my life, I was one of 6 children in a single parent home, just really struggling to survive. And because of the circumstances, because of the environment that I grew up in, I was extremely introverted and didn't really speak. And, looking back, I'm like, why wasn't that more of a concern for people? but like going back home to San Pedro, where I grew up in California, and talking to like classmates, and they're like, yeah, we thought you were mute for like some time. I was that, undeveloped and that shy, and writing was definitely a way for me to express myself before movement came into my life. So, I have countless journals that I've just journaled my journey in since I was really young. And so I've been writing for quite some time, which was really helpful when I wrote my memoir with Cherise Jones. That was a while ago now. But it was really helpful to be able to literally just go and open up these journals from like the age of 12 and 13, and it's really cathartic as well. So I don't really, there are so many speaking, that's another thing. But writing was a really easy transition for me to go from writing to then telling stories through movement. Both of them I didn't have to speak. It was that taking that next step to like speaking in front of people that was the bigger challenge for me.
Right. And so let's talk a little bit about that. You have become this icon and this voice for a profession that seems white. So, right. So you're a Black body, you have a very different body, a Black face in a white world. So how do you navigate those spaces and how do you use that voice? How have you gotten the courage to use that voice?
It has never felt hard for me to do that. You know, I think that a lot of it had to do with the way my mother raised me and my siblings. And, you know, I'm, again, very fortunate. I grew up in a very diverse area in San Pedro and in California. But all of my siblings being biracial, my mother's biracial, my father is biracial, but she was just really allowed us to understand what that meant to be a Black person in America, and that it doesn't matter, you know, what you're mixed with. If you're Black, you're going to be seen as Black by the world, by society, and be treated accordingly. And so I think that was something I was really conscious of. So that transition into the ballet world, I felt prepared in a lot of ways, just from all of the obstacles and struggles growing up before ballet, and then having a pretty strong sense of self in terms of my identity. Was probably one of the things I had that was like really, really helpful coming into the ballet world, that it wasn't something that was wavering, where that overtook like how I felt about myself, which I think allowed me to stand up for what I know is right and what's fair. And so it's just been about having a platform to say all that I can say, because I know there have been so many dancers of color before me that have said stuff, but if you don't have a platform to be heard, then it just goes on deaf ears. So
right, that makes sense. So thinking about this book and being in libraries, what's your library story? Do you have a library card? What's your connection to libraries?
I do. Well, you know, it's amazing to be an artist and live in New York City and to live in Manhattan. And so the Lincoln Center Performing Arts Library is definitely a go-to for a lot of professional artists and dancers to be able to do research on roles and just the history of so many. You know, I'm working on more projects and more books, but one of my mentors, Raven Wilkinson, she passed, I think almost 2 years ago now, but she's someone that comes to my mind when I think of that library in particular, and just seeing footage of her that I didn't even know existed performing. But I would say, being again such a shy and introverted child, I spent a lot of time like walking around the school or in the library or like in a teacher's room that would allow me to sit there during lunch and like just kind of be and not feel like judged, or because that's just kind of what my state of mind was at that time in my life. But the library was always like a safe haven in every way. You know, it's a beautiful escape to open a book and be transported somewhere. And as well as like this quiet, comforting place that I thrive most in when it's not chaotic.
Right. Okay, so knowing that Bunheads will hopefully be an escape for someone, tell us a little bit about the series.
Yeah, so it's really going to allow for me to introduce these different characters. You know, we're already working on the second book, which is really exciting. And again, just to give a voice and face to represent so many people that you aren't typically shown as what the ballet world looks like. And so again, to have Catalina, who is Mexican American, and then to have, you know, I'm going to be introducing more characters and more boys. Like, to me, that's really important for children to see the power in seeing a boy doing ballet and how it is extremely athletic, and it's okay to be an artist. It's okay to express yourself through your body. And so that's kind of the point that I wanted to get across. And through Sator Fiage's illustrations, it's just clear as day. And I am even more inspired by seeing like his interpretation of my words and the story that I'm telling. It just really brings it all together. It wouldn't be as visually clear and crisp without his work attached.
So what's your process? Do you write it first and then he illustrates and then you sort of come together?
Yes. So I pretty much come up with the concept and story and have a real good base about the characters that I want to feature and what it is that I'm saying, the story. And so once I have that in my mind, I have very clear descriptions of what the characters look like and their personality traits. Even if I have actual photos, that all of that will be shared. And then there wasn't a lot of back and forth because I was just so impressed with like the first process of seeing his artwork and how spot on it was. Like that he, it's incredible to meet other artists in different genres that just are so good at what they do that, if I give him this clear description, he really can just see it and create it in his mind, and then it comes out on paper. It's pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah. So how did you know that you wanted to be a dancer? What were you doing at 13 that you thought, there's a spark?
I wasn't doing anything really. I was just like existing in the world, and being a middle child, I think also didn't really help to push me outside of my comfort zone, and just being surrounded by this big family, I got away with not doing anything or not. My mother was so busy working several jobs and trying to keep a roof over our heads. So it was a really difficult time during that year that I started dancing. My family, we actually were living in a motel at the time. Mm-hmm. My mother was really struggling, and she had just divorced for the 4th time, I think it was. And I think that it literally was just the perfect storm. I had a teacher who approached me after I had auditioned for the dance team and at my middle school, and said, I think you have a lot more ability than this dance program here, that I think this is something you could really do. And so she introduced me to my ballet teacher, Cynthia, who is featured in Bunheads, the spunky redhead. But it was on a basketball court at my Boys and Girls Club that I took my first ballet class. And it wasn't immediate, but my response to music and movement was an immediate way, like something that I connected with in the same way that I did with writing from a young age, was being able to express myself without words. And so when I found ballet, it was like this perfect meeting of all of these things that I needed as a child. I needed discipline, even though we were, I was being disciplined, but I didn't have anything that I was striving for. No structure at all, no consistency. And then to add the creativity on top of it, it literally was just like, oh my gosh, I couldn't wait to do it every day, which I'm sure most children wouldn't say that. I can't wait to learn more. I can't wait to be told like what to do and to be guided. And I took off so quickly. I was a professional within 4 years in New York City, and dancing professionally for American Ballet Theater.
So what is it to me? I keep hearing you don't have a dancer's or ballerina's body. What does that mean? I don't unpack that a little bit for me.
Yeah, it's been something that the ballet world has done, and I will say gotten away with from the beginning of time since there was ballet. Because it started out as such an elite art form, and it started in Europe, and it started with white people. And so it's been, though throughout time and throughout history, ballet has reached every continent, every country you can think of. And so the dancers that do ballet come in all forms and shapes and sizes and colors. But the ballet world is such a niche art form that I think we've gotten away with being able to use that language of, it's a visual aesthetic form. And so, it's like when you think about a model or you think about a gymnast, it's, if they don't have this, what people say is that body type, then it's okay. It's like, okay, but that's what you need to do this visual art form. But it's not. And number one, it's not, I don't think. I think it's about the product you're producing and how you make people feel when you're performing. But I think it's also been this language that I've deciphered about, you know, the color of someone's skin. And I think that it's definitely code language that's been used for forever. You know, because I've watched dancers throughout history and dancers that dance next to me in my company at American Ballet Theater who have the same body type as me, who are heavier, who have bigger busts, who have more, you know, that are more athletic, but yet I'm being told I don't have the right body. So in my mind, it's just a way of saying you don't have the right skin color for ballet. And that's been an issue for a lot of Black dancers throughout history.
Maybe someone is 11 or 12 and getting that same messaging, right? And they see your book. What are you hoping that you're inspiring, or what are you hoping young readers are going to get from the series?
Yeah, I think that there's so much power in the images that we see, especially from a young age. And it doesn't even have to be something that they consciously are aware of, but just having representation and something, it gives you power, I think, as a young person, that you know that it's okay to look this way. And I think then it starts to form individuals who have a broader understanding of the world and more power in standing up for themselves and fighting for what's right, or going to places where they're going to be celebrated and they're going to grow as people. But yeah, I just hope that they see the beauty in the art form that I love, that has changed my life in every way. And I hope that I can bring them that same beauty and tools in some way.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so pre-pandemic, what does a typical day look like for Misty? What do you do? How often do you dance? Tell me what it means to be on point. Are you really on your toes? Like, let's talk about that.
We're really on our toes. Every day, I used to, you know, for like the first 15 years of my professional career, I think I danced every day, which is wild.
Yeah.
But the older you get, you learn about, you know, managing your body, because, you know, resting is just as important as the workout that we're doing. And I've definitely learned the hard way through many injuries. But a typical day would be Tuesday through Saturday, during our rehearsal period. We'll be in the studio from 10:15 to 11:45 taking ballet class every morning. And then we will rehearse from noon until 7 p.m., 5 days a week. And you typically should get an hour lunch break in between, but most of my career I have not. And so it's pretty brutal physically, which I think people don't really see that side and really see behind the curtain and know that about classical dancers.
Right.
When we're in a performance season, we're in the theater 6 days a week, and we're this pretty much similar schedule, starting at 10, and then we'll go till 5:30 because we have to prepare for the show at 7:30. So, and then some days we have 2 shows in a day, and we'll rehearse in between, because we're constantly putting on another ballet, like from week to week when we're in season. So it's and then on top of it, you know, I do travel and I'll do interviews and write books, and I have a production company, and so this has been a nice break.
For sure, that makes complete sense. So when in the book you talk about, or at least the Misty character says that she doesn't see the audience. Is that really what happens to you when you perform?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It is, and I think that it's cool to share that with young people, and I don't know, maybe it's something that they can take away as, like, it's not so scary to step out onto a stage, and I always have found so much comfort in being on stage, which my family always thought was so odd, being so introverted, that I would say I want to be a performer and go on stage in front of thousands of people. But there was something about not being able to see the faces in the audience that made me, like, you can feel the energy, you get positive feedback, and no one could jump up on the stage and just like do something or say something to me. And so I was like, this is amazing. I feel so empowered to be sharing what I'm feeling inside without speaking, and people can enjoy it. And I think that's like a beautiful and powerful thing for a young person to experience. And so I wanted to make that description clear in the book, because I do think it's one of my favorite things about what I do, is being on stage and performing.
Yeah, when I was reading, I was like, oh, that's surprising. I don't know. I guess I thought you would sort of see and hear everyone. So that was.
I mean, sometimes you hear things. You definitely hear crying babies and things like that, but that can remove you from what you're doing, and then you're like, focus.
Focus, yeah. Okay, so
staying on point. Yes, we are really.
Yes, tell me what it is.
I should have brought one of my pointe shoes out.
Yeah, what are your shoes?
Yeah, it looks, people assume that don't know the ballet world. They
exactly
something hard in there, that you're dancing on top of a block or something. But
right.
The reason that we have to train for so many years is to get your body to be so strong with the smallest of muscles that are in control. And ballerinas, the women train in a different way once you get to a certain point to start to build that strength in your feet, because you literally are carrying your own weight on your toes. There's nothing that's really between the floor and our feet. And so it's really all the strength of our own training and technique that allows us to do everything that we do on one standing, or putting our entire body weight even on just one foot on the tips of our toes.
Wow, I didn't realize it was really on point. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so knowing that so many young girls look up to you, can you think about what it might have been growing up for you to have a Misty? Sort of how would things look a little bit different for you?
Yeah, I think number one, I think it's about being in a position where you're open to accepting, that guidance or mentorship. That, definitely plays a big role, because a lot of people, when you're young, I think it's scary that you feel like you're failing or you're not capable if you get help or you listen to advice from other people. And so if you're not ready and open for that, then I don't know that seeing someone will necessarily change that, but it definitely goes a long way. And I didn't have that. And I think that maybe I would have wouldn't have had such a hard time when I was on my own for the first time. And I was in American Ballet Theater, which is a company that's 80 plus dancers or 90 dancers. And I was the only Black woman for the first 10 years of my career in my company.
Wow.
And so, I think maybe had I seen more dancers that looked like me succeeding in classical ballet, then I might have had a bit more comfort and felt a little bit more like, I can do this. I know there's no one around me right now that looks like me, but it's been done before.
Right.
Or there's someone out there that was in a position like me. And that, I think I would have found comfort in that. But luckily I had women that were not classical dancers necessarily that came into my life that were the first in their fields and as Black women. And that was kind of when I took hold of the reins and was like, I can do this. I have this incredible support, and to me, that's what I needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last question. You were in a Drake video, you're in the game. What's it like to be an icon? Let's talk about that. What?
I don't see myself.
Every magazine, I see you everywhere.
It's really, it's all really mind blowing. There isn't a moment that goes by or a day that goes by that I'm like, this life I'm living is normal or what I ever expected. That's why I try and take every opportunity to do good and to make the most out of having a voice and having access to more than just the ballet world. So, and of course that's always in the back of my mind that I want to represent ballet in the best and most respectful way that I can with everything that I do, because I'm bringing ballet with me. So whether that's being, performing with Prince and traveling around the world with him and my ballet is always in the back of my mind. First of all, it's going to bring ballet to a broader audience by having the platform of someone like Drake or someone like Prince. I'm definitely conscious of that. I don't just take opportunities. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm a Drake fan. I'm going to do this. But the Now For What video, the concept and all the incredible women that he had a part of it, I felt like this is a good moment and a positive message, and it's fun to be able to jump into different genres and different worlds, and I always learn so much when I'm kind of put out of my comfort zone and challenged in that way. I think I grew immensely traveling with Prince and performing on point on top of his purple piano at Madison Square Garden. Like, I never thought that would be an opportunity for me. That's not what we train, and that's not our goal. That's not what we're working towards as classical dancers. But to have people to this day say, oh, well, I'm a huge ballet fan now because I saw you dance with Prince and Friends forever. And now, because of that experience, I was interested in ballet. And that's really why I do all of the different things that I do to bring ballet to more people, like with Bunheads.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you so much, Misty, for spending some time and talking with me about your new book series. And thank you everyone for tuning in. A special thanks to Penguin Young Readers for inviting me and Misty to come and chat with you. And we hope you have a great virtual event.
my name is Nick, and I've spent the past couple of years looking after our digitisation of the Mass Observation Project, which was launched in 1981 by the University of Sussex as a rebirth of the original mass observation from the 30s, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and which Adam and Matthew have also digitised. And the aim was the same. It was to document the social history of Britain by recruiting volunteers to write about their lives, about society, and about current events. And what you can see in front of you is one of the directives, so-called essentially a questionnaire, a very open-ended questionnaire from Mass Observation, which is about the general election of 1987. And our new resource, which is launching next month, consists of all of these directives from the 1980s and the hundreds of responses to each of them by hundreds of mass observers, so-called, which adds up to about 18,000 responses in total. And the directives and responses from the 90s and 2000s, 2001 to 2009, that is, are going to be added over the next couple of years. So what's in the directives? They're very, very broad in their scope. Generally, a directive will cover either a current event or a social trend of some kind, or an aspect of personal life and behavior, or in some cases, all three. What you can see in front of you now are some of the responses from the, or rather to the directive I showed you a moment ago, the 87 General Election Directive. And there are, as well as that, there are current events directives in the 80s on the royal wedding of Charles and Diana. There's one on the Falklands War of 1982, and the government's AIDS awareness campaign of 1987. There are social trends directives on electronic banking and the rise of the Liberal SDP alliance in politics, which challenged Conservative and Labour. And there are personal life, personal behaviour directives on friends and neighbours, waste, thrift and consumerism, and regular pastimes. So it really does cover the gamut of life in terms of what people are thinking, what they're doing, what's happening to them in the external world, and so on and so on. So in terms of people who will benefit from this collection, I think it's fair to say that all university level researchers will find something for them in this, if they're interested in British social history. There's no real parallel to the Mass-Ob collection in the English-speaking world that I think any of us are aware of. So the material itself is the fundamental draw, of course. But we've made the site, as far as we can, accessible for all categories of researcher. So the directives themselves and the responses, which are typed or printed, which is about a third of them in the 1980s material, they're full text searchable in the entire site. You can see here I've done a search for Bristol and got about 137 responses which mention Bristol in their full text. And there's also, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, there's a pop-up for Adam Matthew Explorer, which has also found several hundred results in the original mass observation, which is cross-searchable with this resource. But we have also implemented, as many of my colleagues have already mentioned, handwritten text recognition in the handwritten responses, which are about 2/3 in the 1980s. You can see here I've done a search for royalty, which is highlighted in the text. So that obviously increases discoverability of manuscript responses hugely. So together that browsability, or searchability rather, is maximized using those two processes. We've also added a number of filters to the documents, which use metadata information about the observers. So the observers are anonymous; they're only referred to using an alphanumeric code. But we know things about them. We know their age, their sex, the region of the country they live in, often their employment sector, their marital status, and we've added this information in as filters so that people can filter the directives according to the type of people that they're interested in. So together, I think that, as I say, that maximizes searchability, accessibility for everyone, but is particularly useful for undergraduates who might have fairly little experience often with primary sources, and complements the existing Adam Matthew mass observation resource, which we know is widely used by its purchasers in undergraduate teaching. And we've also added contextualizing essays and video essays by academic experts in the field on the content and also on uses of the material. And it's worth highlighting, I think, the appeal of the resource outside history departments. So, for example, many observers contribute over years or even decades to mass observation. There are one or two, I think, who've contributed both to the original and to this. And all that, together with the recurrence of topics in the directives, makes the material of great use to, for example, sociologists who are performing longitudinal studies of social attitudes. So there is a lot in there for everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Helen Neal, Library Assistant with the Los Angeles Public Library. I have served on the staff planning team for this project, and I'm currently one of our leadership ambassadors, a role that we'll tell you about during this presentation. Thank you for joining us today for Take the Lead, Developing Library Leaders at All Levels. Here with me today are Susan Broman, Assistant City Librarian at the Los Angeles Public Library, and Susan has served as an executive sponsor of this project. Mandy Nasser, Senior Librarian at the Northridge Branch Library. Mandy has served on the staff planning team and is currently a leadership ambassador. Julie Lamba, Executive Advisor through the nonprofit organization Fuse Corp. Fuse supports civic organization with addressing key strategic challenges. Julie has served as a consultant to help develop and initiate this project. We're here today to discuss Take the Lead, our eternal leadership development program that is helping all staff members at LAPL to develop and practice leadership skills. Specifically, we'll talk about why traditional leadership programs don't work, the first 3 steps we took to launch our program and the results we've seen so far, what resources would you need to start your own version of Take the Lead, and how everything we've done with Take the Lead has impacted our approach to COVID-19. Now I'll turn it over to Julie and Susan to discuss why traditional leadership programs don't work.
Thank you, Helen. So in this first section, we're going to tell you a little bit about why we decided to take a different approach to leadership development. And so if some of the things that you're hearing sound similar to your organization, that's how you might know that something like Take the Lead is for you.
So we knew that we wanted to strengthen the pipeline for formal leaders in our organization, and we could see that we had a lot of talented staff members with the potential to lead. But as I'm sure many of you would agree and have experienced, as you take on more responsibility and scope, leading and managing can be hard, even with a lot of talent and great experience. We needed to do a better job of giving our staff the opportunities to add to their talents, creativity, and confidence, and gain leadership and management tools to be successful in changing environments and moving into promotional roles. Initially, we thought we would set up some kind of a leadership academy that would take a relatively small group of people and have them go through a tailored curriculum as a cohort. You're very familiar with this approach. It's a very common approach. And we have had a lot of success with this with members of our organization, including myself, who have participated in statewide cohorts and LAPO cohorts in the past. At that same time, though, we were recognizing the need that we needed to broaden our scope and be inclusive of every aspect of our organization. As we thought about where the talent lies in our organization, we realized that if we focused on a traditional professional classifications in an academy-style project, it would leave out a lot of people who would have huge contributions to make. My approach as a leader has always been to pull a lot of people together to make decisions, to make things happen. And as I came in to the position of Assistant City Librarian, it was one of my goals, in partnership with our City Librarian, John Zabo, to try and open up the planning process and the decision-making process to be more inclusive. In the months before we started on this leadership development work, we had started a couple other projects, like our circulation think tank and our safety and security project, where we very intentionally opened the process up to everyone who wanted to step forward and include voices that might not previously have been heard, as well as include viewpoints beyond our management team. We saw a huge hunger and interest in people wanting to participate and contribute to our direction and the future of the library. The first Staff Development Day was planned by a staff-led group, and many of our staff members were able to share their experiences in TED-style talks and attend workshops designed by their colleagues. The experience was a huge turning point. We could see these are the future leaders. And so Julie came on board to consult with us on this program, and we told her we were hoping to create something more equitable and open, and something that would be sustainable for the long term and be able to be adapted regardless of our budget situation.
So as one of my first steps coming into the project, I conducted a listening tour with staff members across our system. I needed to understand their needs and perspectives to create a relevant program. And from that, I learned that it wouldn't be as simple as saying, we have a leadership program, sign up. A mindset shift was needed because a lot of our staff members, even the ones that we frequently turn to, hesitated to call themselves a leader. We were also unclear and a little bit mixed on what good leadership looks like, which made it hard for us to make progress in this area. Our staff was confirming that really the best ways in which they were starting to develop leadership skills was through practice. So they were seeing good examples around them, taking on stretch assignments, participating in committees, as Susan was talking about, and this was the way that they were really starting to develop these skills. And so we knew we needed more of that. And as a leadership development practitioner for 15 years, I also agreed that training and special programs would not be enough. When you send only 10 or 15 people through programs like this, they have trouble affecting change back in their work units or their departments because the other folks around them haven't been through a similar experience. It's also generally true that takeaways and learning from formal training sessions don't often always make it back into day-to-day behavior change. And so we decided that our program had to be different. And these were some of the central ideas that we built it off of. We wanted to talk about leadership as a practice rather than a destination or a position, something that you could step into or step back from. We knew that we needed a common language for leadership, and that would be something that we would continually have to reinforce and revisit. Of course, we wanted to give people of all classifications a chance to practice. And we didn't want this to feel like something extra. So we wanted to leverage existing systems, meetings, communications, processes that were already happening to reach everyone. And putting that all together, this was really going to become part of our operations for the long term. We would never really be done developing leaders. Ultimately, those principles led us to take the lead. A leadership development program that helps all employees develop and practice leadership skills. This is a multi-year ongoing initiative at LAPL. The implementation steps include things that are organization-wide, bottom-up, and top-down. And in this section, we'll tell you 3 of the first steps that we took to set the foundation. I'll turn it to Mandy to kick things off.
Defining leadership is the first step. It's not enough just to say, be a good role model. Just as you would come up with a mission statement, we want to have shared leadership values that any employee can aspire to. It was also critical that these values were defined by staff if we wanted to be meaningful and if we wanted to last. It's one thing for a CEO to tell the frontline staff to be effective, and quite another experience when the frontline staff chooses to be effective. Last summer, selected staff members who represent the full breadth of our organization participated in a card sorting workshop called The Ways of Being. We started with 52 qualities of what a leader can be, and we narrowed it down to 6 values that we believed were most important for our organization. Separately, our library administration also did this exercise, and out of both groups, 6 common values emerged. And here they are. These are the 6 leadership values we chose for our organization. So whether you're a page or a member of personnel, you have ways to practice being adaptable, effective, empowering, ethical, inclusive, and visionary. In addition to choosing our values, we also know that writing our own description would be just as important. People need context with the word. For instance, most of us all know what inclusive is, but our organization defines inclusive in our terms, emphasizing that we are a welcoming organization, that we seek, recognize, and honor diverse perspectives and voices. When you define the value, you put meaning behind it. That way, there's no guessing of what the value may mean, and individuals can start to picture how they can act on it. It's written by staff, for staff. And when you unveil your values to the organization, don't just do it haphazardly. You can't send an email to all staff and be done with it. You need to create excitement. Start by sending teaser emails. By this point, people in the organization know a change is forthcoming. Your staff will be excited to hear what values were chosen. The unveiling moment is the pop of a champagne bottle being opened. Savor and celebrate this time because this is the start of a new chapter in your organization. For us, we unveiled the moment at one of our biggest meetings with all managers. And from there, it widely spread from system-wide meetings to regional meetings to individual staff meetings. It was then posted electronically through email to our staff blog to our workstation screensavers. Flyers were printed and posted in our staff bulletin boards, in our staff fridges, and even our staff room restroom doors. You literally could not escape seeing our values in its definitions. But by doing this, you are reinforcing that this is a real thing. After you celebrate, what do you do next? You have to keep the momentum going. We strongly recommend creating an official look for your leadership program. When you brand something, it shows people that this is the real deal and that you're establishing this into the organizational culture. If you have the resources to do so, you can order swag such as pens or badge holders with your values posted on them. But at the very minimum, a creative graphic goes a long way. You also want to start going through the values in depth together. Our staff planning team created workbooks as guides so staff members can reflect and discuss how they can use these values in their everyday life. You'll find an example in our handouts. From there, we kept the momentum going with the network of leadership ambassadors, which Helen will discuss now.
Thank you, Mandy. We wanted to make sure that everyone had access to learning the values through activities that occur system-wide. So we created a network of employees at all levels in all departments who embodied these qualities. And we call these individuals leadership ambassadors. The ambassadors have helped select the leadership values, and then they socialize them by facilitating leadership activities and conversations across our system. The leadership activities include discussion guides and mini workshops are developed centrally by a staff planning team and then delivered in local staff meetings. This way, all of our staff can have access to the same experiences with ambassadors who are close to their area. Now, one example of an activity is leadership hacking. And this is where employees focus on one leadership value and brainstorm specific actions they can take for that value. Let me give you an example. How might you be adaptable in a meeting or when you start your day? Then they actually test their hack within a 2-week time frame, and this helps instill that anyone can quickly practice leadership. The key here is that everyone participates in the discussion. Now, naturally, some participants are initially reluctant, but by the end, they leave with a new energy and purpose surrounding our leadership initiative. For 1,200 employees, we have about 30 leadership ambassadors representing all departments, divisions, classifications, and geographies. So this would include your support departments like payroll, IT, shipping, and so on. Ambassadors were recruited by an open email invitation with a special emphasis on non-librarian and non-management staff, simply asking, do you want to help launch leadership development at LAPL? From the initial invitation, we received 60 applicants, of which 20 were selected to be part of the staff planning team, and 35 were selected as leadership ambassadors. Our ambassadors are rotated every 6 months. We hold onboarding sessions for them and provide periodic training on new activities. And then we also match new ambassadors with veteran ambassadors to help them become comfortable with the role. And there's several benefits for the ambassadors. They get to meet and work with colleagues from across LAPL. They test their own individual skills in new ways. And then seeing the response of their audience as they participate in the conversation builds confidence and belief in their own leadership. Since COVID-19, the ambassador discussions have moved to a virtual platform like Basecamp and Zoom. And we are focusing this content on leadership skills that are most relevant in these times, like personal care in a crisis, managing uncertainty, and resilience. Ambassadors will post a question or a subject of the week where all LAPL staff are invited to participate in the discussion. And then ambassadors will post follow-up questions, support participation, recognize others displaying leadership values, all at the same time keeping an eye on staff and needs. And the feedback has been very positive. Recently, 140 staff members attended Take the Lead hosted Zoom discussion on resilience and said things like, "Thank you, leadership team, for putting this together. And this discussion is what my soul needed today." So that's how we engage all of our staff. I'll turn it over to Julie to talk about how we engage our managers and senior leaders.
Thanks, Helen. So we've talked about an organization-wide definition, our grassroots ambassador-led discussions. Now let's talk about what you need to do at the top with your managers and senior leaders. I'd love to be able to tell you that your staff can do this all on their own. And it will have impacts even if you choose values and have discussions related to leadership within your work unit or within your department. But for the kind of lasting organizational change and the pipeline of future leaders that we were really looking for, you need to have people like Susan and our city librarian, John Zabo, engaging with your initiative. Susan and John regularly work the values into their communications. They highlight when the executive team does exercises with Take the Lead. They show up to our meetings and they continually invest the dollars to keep this going. In addition, you need the rest of your executive team, your frontline managers and your middle managers also talking about it and participating as well. Sometimes it's simple actions. When we selected our leadership values, we had our director of branches attend to welcome our leadership ambassadors and talk to them about why this work is important. When a manager has an ambassador come to lead a discussion, they can make a point to introduce them and to share their perspective on leadership. Managers can also recognize people for showing the leadership values, or even use the phrase, "Can you take the lead on this or that?" when they're delegating work. Now, your managers and senior leaders are really busy. So if you're driving this work, think of it as your role to help them take the lead a priority. Can you send them a calendar invitation for a meeting or a set of talking points? Can you send them a template for recognition? Can you get 10 minutes on one of their agendas to run a sample exercise? Don't sit back and wait for them to figure out how to support you. Dream up what you want to see happen and then make it easy and useful for them to participate. One thing we do to support our managers and senior leaders is a subscription to a personalized coaching application called LeadX. LeadX provides actionable coaching plans for a variety of leadership competencies that our managers can complete in about 15 to 30 minutes a week. It helps them work on their own development in an accessible way. Susan, can you share what you've seen from your experience?
I'd be happy to, Julie. Serving as a executive sponsor of this work has allowed me to engage with staff on a completely different level. For those of you who might be in a position to initiate something of this scope, you'll be able to engage with people at all levels and have in-depth conversations about the future of the organization, as well as get invaluable direct input. You're in a position to broaden the scope of who has a voice and become more available and more approachable. It also means that as a designated or formal leader in your organization, you need to be very aware of your legacy as a leader and how you are perceived by staff. So much of fostering great leadership is by being an example. You also have to trust the process and trust your staff. Some people will initially jump on board with a new direction, just like with any initiative. Others will take more time or need more convincing or need to see more evidence that this is being taken seriously and will lead to long-term change. A staff-led program also takes time for people to get more organized, to take ownership, and to roll out programs as compared to hiring facilitators and running a centralized program. But the changes are more deeply embedded in the organization and longer lasting if you guide the process and remove barriers while staff drives the process. Now, let's talk a little bit about what resources you would need to run a program like this. I want to be mindful of the fact that right now we're focused on serving in a pandemic, in a very unusual circumstance, and thinking about how we are all going to come out of this. It can also be a really great time to think about how you're going to reestablish the culture of your organization, the roles and expectations of your staff, and how to boost morale and create teamwork. Here's Mandy to talk a little bit about what you need to do to make this happen in your library.
Thanks, Susan. We are fortunate to have Julie as a consultant for now, but anyone can look into internal ownership. You don't need to have a consultant to do this work, but you do need a project owner who's driving action and keeping the leadership skills at the top of every agenda. The project owner needs to champion this and see the vision of how the organization can be better. The project owner starts by having conversations with staff and being observant to their needs. They set priorities, both for the short term and a long haul. Organizational change of any kind never happens overnight. You need to find someone that is patient and persistent. Otherwise, your leadership development turns into a trend instead of a lasting impact. The project owner will need to create a planning committee. This needs to be composed of all staff and not just librarians. Like the ambassadors, it must represent all levels and locations. Start by having an open call for applications. Encourage those who are motivated and passionate about the organization and will embrace culture change. When you're on a planning team, your job title is left at the door. You could be a division head working with a page, but you're working on a task together. It involves trust and teamwork from both parties. Our planning team created the workshops, activities, they came up with the name Take the Lead in its branding, and it supported our ambassadors. They also run an annual State of Leadership survey so we can measure progress. We found it successful to have the planning team commit to a year. And the average amount of work is about 2 to 6 hours of time a week per planning team member. My experience on the Take the Lead planning team was invaluable. I was able to see how our library system works in a big picture view, that each individual was an integral working part to the success of the organization. I had the confidence and the support system to drive change in big and small ways, both in the organization and outside of it by getting more involved with leadership in the state level. The experience also made me a better manager to my team. In the past, I may have only assigned a task such as book displays to librarians, but now I utilize the talents from all of my support staff. By using the values as a guide, we have been a better team to ourselves and the community we serve. Susan will now explain the budget costs for this kind of leadership development.
Thanks, Andy. With budgets the way they're going as we are moving through this crisis, you might be inclined to cut training and leadership development and even need to. But with staff as our biggest and most valuable resource, we are viewing this work as critical to the mission of the library. Investing in staff is what keeps our services strong and relevant to our communities. This doesn't have to cost a lot of money. For us, the main expenses are a project owner and, of course, staff time. The team used a lot of free resources on the internet, as well as library resources, to curate their programs and the curricula. And rather than send a few folks to expensive programs or retreats, we frequently revisit the topic of leadership and skills and those ideas in existing staff meetings and gatherings. One of the key goals of this program has always been sustainability, and we have tried to build it to be achievable in times when budget dollars are stretched thin. Outside of Julie's time and of course staff time, the main expense was our investment in LeadX, the coaching application for our supervisors. If you are able to, it is worthwhile to spend a little bit of money for branding and swag. Physical things can make staff feel connected with the program and its values. Even buttons or a mini poster that staff can have in their workstation can make it feel more concrete and real. Although the future is uncertain, we will maintain our focus and investment in Take the Lead.
So you can see, to shift the culture, this goes beyond training. There's a whole eternal communication campaign built around Take the Lead. We talk about it regularly, and we feature the work that Take the Lead is doing regularly. The planning team publishes blog posts, videos, as well as email newsletter called the Leadership Times. By making communications a priority, we're making this part of LAPL culture. The bottom line is that there's a lot of opportunity to use your imagination without spending a lot of money. Much of it takes a person's time, and that's a good thing because all of the roles are development experiences in themselves. My own personal experience is that persons whom I respect within LAPL saw the leader in me, and they highly encouraged me to be part of the Take the Lead initiative. And for that, I'm very grateful because during my experience, I have been exposed to opportunities to enhance my communication skills and work closely with others that I would not normally have worked with. As a result, it has given me confidence in my professional life. I feel like that I'm a better problem solver and a better team player because of Take the Lead. So these staff-driven experiences are more valuable than what you can buy for people. Your staff wants to be involved in the organization's future. All your members have talents across the board. Utilize these talents to make a stronger and more resilient organization. Susan will talk further regarding the impact during COVID-19.
Thanks, Helen. And after Helen's testimonial, if you're still wondering why you should take an inclusive leadership development approach, COVID-19 became a major test of Take the Lead. What you're seeing on screen now is a quote from one of our managers, which is a fantastic example of the benefits that we have seen. Underlying everything is that common vocabulary that clarified what kind of behaviors would be accepted and expected and celebrated from our staff. From the moment that we closed, our staff started developing and delivering services to the communities from a distance. Because of Take the Lead, they knew that they were empowered to experiment and try new things, and that they didn't need to wait for instructions. They have come up with things beyond what we might have imagined, from Instagram story times and online digital content tutorials, poetry readings, cooking demonstrations from home kitchens, and Ask a Librarian Live in English and in Spanish. Our staff has also adapted around how we communicate together. Within a few days, our digital content team researched and rolled out Basecamp as a virtual workspace to stay connected and knew that their efforts would be welcomed. As we've distanced from each other, Our staff is appreciating the ability to talk across geographies and classifications and get to know each other better, as well as discover commonalities. Generally, Take the Lead as a foundation has made it easier to face things that we have not faced before. It informs how we do things like fill positions for disaster workers and to talk about how we are going to move forward as an organization and involve all staff in those conversations.
So we're excited to take your questions shortly, but first let's quickly recap what we've experienced. So at LAPL, we've clearly seen significant impact in just 1 year. We surveyed our staff before we kicked off Take the Lead, and in April, we just conducted our 1-year survey. When we asked, is there a shared definition of leadership at LAPL in 2019, 86% of our staff said no. By 1 year later, 84% of our staff said yes. When we asked, does LAPL foster opportunities to grow as a leader? In 2019, only 55% of our staff said yes. And by April of this year, almost 90% said yes. You can do this too. No matter the size of your library, if you want a leadership development program that is going to be sustainable, impactful, and lead to tangible improvements within your organization, take an all-staff leadership program approach. One where you create leaders at all levels and you talk about how leadership is not a position or a destination, but something that you practice. You'll want to combine organization-wide, top-down, and bottom-up approaches. And this doesn't have to cost a lot of money. With a project owner, a planning team, and a limited budget, you can get this done. And truly, there might not be a better time as we're all looking to renew and rebuild as we look towards phasing out of our pandemic. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Hello, good day. Welcome to our presentation, Retention Efforts of Minority Librarians and Librarianship from the Perspectives of Early, Middle, and Advanced Career Librarians. My name is Tawana Hodge. Along with Jahela Samuel, we are your hosts, along with panelists Kimberly Bugg, Raymond Pun, and Jocelyn Bolin Dixon. So I am the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Librarian at the University of Florida, George S. Mathis Libraries, and I am the author of Integrating Culture and Humility into Public Services Librarianship, as well as the convener of the ACRL Residency Interest Group. One of the things ways that I've been retained in the profession is through mentoring, having a community network of people through my current position, previous position, people that I trust who are my allies and accomplices and who help me through the work and personal responsibilities that I have. It's also having a work-life separation, understanding that my personal value is not tied to my professional identity, understanding that there's a difference between job, career, and profession, that retention is a choice and it's active, and work, knowing that work will always be there, and work, and you won't. So understanding to put yourself first. And so I'm going to allow my co-host, Jahela Samuel, to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Jahela Samuel, Head of Access Services and Medical Librarian at the Louis Stokes Health Science Library at Howard University. Some presentations that I have done are Librarians as Health Advocates and Health Fairs, Mobile Librarian, I Think Tech Savvy, Copyright Law in the Digital Age. Some things that have retained me in the profession are networking, mentors, and participating in the HBCU Library Alliance Leadership Institute and also the ALA Library Leadership Institute as well. Our panelists, Kimberly Bugg, Raymond Pun, and Jocelyn Bolin Dixon will answer 2 questions for us. Question 1, how have you been retained in this profession?
Okay, I'm Jocelyn Bolin Dixon. I'm the Deputy Director of Prince William Public Library System in Prince William County, Virginia. And I thought I'd approach this question from how, as a seasoned library person, how we approach retention in my current place where I am now. In Northern Virginia, the job market is very competitive, so we're always in hiring mode and in search of top candidates and trying to retain them. With the library field, the added challenge is trying to have the staff reflect the communities we serve. One way our library and county is trying to improve on the retention of a diverse workforce is through performance hiring. And just to distill what that means in a nutshell as related to this topic, performance hiring is the process which help us move away from favoring applicants either consciously or unconsciously on how much they are just like our largely homogeneous staff, and moving away from that, and rather than that, asking open-minded questions that highlight the applicant's experience as they relate to desired qualifications. So say if I like Susie, likely because she seems just like the people that we have on the hiring panel, which is usually not that diverse, that is not reason enough to select that candidate as it has been in the past. Susie has to hit the right mark when it comes to experience, education, example of achievement, successful management, etc. Often applicants of color do have those qualifications, but are overlooked because of the coded language of fit. One of the best parts of our performing hiring process, which helps us retain and has retained me as well, is that we have a section in the questions that says, if you like Susie, force yourself to ask deeper questions. So you're already automatically kind of veering to her because she's kind of like you on the panel. Force yourself to ask deeper questions. If you don't like an applicant or are uncomfortable with the applicant, which happens often with applicants of color, ask yourself why that is the case, all other qualifications considered. When you hire and seek out the best applicants and start with the process that is infused with inclusionary practices like performance hiring, the likelihood of retention of minority librarians exponentially increases. Thank you.
Hey everyone, so thank you for asking that question. I'm Ray Pun, my pronouns are he, him, and his.
And I am an instruction and research librarian at the Alder Graduate School of Education, which is a teacher's preparation program in the Bay Area of California. So I've been in this role for about a little over a year and a half. And what's so great is that I serve as the solo librarian supporting all services, including technical and research support, distance learning, scholarly communications, and any type of academic writing related matters for our graduate students who are teachers as well as our education faculty. And so you're probably thinking, wow, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of types of activities I've been charged to do. And that's actually an opportunity for me that has progressed over the time in my career. The past 15 years, I've worked in many types of libraries. I've worked at the New York Public Library, which is well known for its collection, and then transitioned to New York University, part of the Association of Research Libraries, ARL, in the Shanghai campus. And then I've worked at Cal State University in Fresno, part of the Cal State University system, focusing on first year and instruction support. And so with all of these experiences culminating over time, I learned that I was able to develop the skills that interest me, the opportunities, the networks, and most importantly, the relationships. So a lot of the work on being retained really focuses on the relationship-centered work. So what does that mean? So as Jocelyn pointed out, and Twana as well, mentorship is really important. I think for me, that has been an opportunity to be mentored by other librarians and librarians of color, managers, different types with different viewpoints, right? There's no one right way to get there. And so I was able to meet a lot of different people over the years, and that has given me an opportunity to work on different projects that really piqued my interest, expanded my curiosity to the position I have now, which is basically running the library at a startup school. And so as a result, I've felt that being involved in higher level work in the profession has been also meaningful. So I've recently served in the presidential advisory group for ALA immediate past president Loida Garcia-Fibo when she was ALA president on her initiatives relating to international relations. And we've also done work in wellness and diversity and advocacy, all these important work to support our association and our profession going forward. And that made me feel that I was making an impact and a difference. So the association work was really key here. Now, I also think that it's important to really take the opportunity to lift each other up, take a moment to think about who our community members are, and find ways to support each other, right? And so mentoring other people along the way. So in some ways, I've learned that when you're mentoring other people, they're also mentoring you. So it's like a dialogue. And then you're learning new things and getting new perspectives. And I also want to say that, you know, it's also important to be reflective of what we're doing, to be engaged in the process. And some days we have good days, some days are bad, and some days are not so great. In terms of the work we do as librarians of color in the profession that is predominantly white. Now, the other point I do want to make is it's also okay to not be retained. It's also okay to go to a different position, go to a different institution, leave the profession for something that is more meaningful to you, something that actually better serves you and your interests and your skill set. So we're all prepared as librarians to find information, to support research, to really engage with each other in terms of the learning process. But we have a lot more skill sets, right? Some people have really specific technical and digital skills. Some people have really good management, supervisory, and personnel experiences. So it's really important to think about that. One thing I do want to say is that one way that you do not want to do to not retain people is forcing librarians of color or library workers of color to be part of a library diversity committee. Okay, so if you're recruiting a person of color or someone who's underrepresented in your university or library, and then this person you think might be part or should be part of the library diversity committee, think about that first. Pause and ask if that person is interested. Don't necessarily volunteer them or force them to be part of it, or don't expect them to resolve or fix all your diversity issues. That will automatically create burnout, confusion, and frustration for all, and it is not good for retention purposes. So I'll leave that being said that there are a lot of opportunities, but it's so important from my own experience to reflect, to engage, and to continue learning with each other and support each other because this profession needs more diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Good day. I am Kimberly Bugg. I have worked across library types, including the New York Public Library, the Library of Congress, and several academic libraries, including my current job, AUC Woodruff Library. First, I want to thank Jahala and Tawana for asking the question and facilitating such a timely conversation. I think that the challenges of recruiting, retaining, and advancing people of color are issues that we do not explore enough in professional settings, such as this, or in the LIS literature. When I thought about what keeps me retained, 3 things came to mind. 1, new and exciting projects keep me retained. Traditionally, librarians don't change jobs frequently. Many of my professional colleagues have been with the same organization for 10 years or more, but that's not me. I appreciate variety and enjoy new and interesting projects, so I often let my interests lead me. For example, when I was interested in doing more assessment, I worked on projects within the scope of my job description. But when my interest outgrew that position, I looked for a new job where I could do that work. So I encourage everyone to think about that. You know, don't let the traditional, the librarian must stay here forever model keep you back from exploring new things, particularly when you're feeling like I'm ready to do something new. 2, the ability to bring other librarians of color aboard. There is power in numbers, and librarians of color, like people of color in most fields, stay longer and perform better in libraries where there are other librarians of color. I believe that one way to retain librarians of color is to ensure that other librarians of color are there in that space. I once worked for a library where I was the only person of color on staff. It was an isolating experience, and I was constantly looking for another job. When I would inquire about why there is no other people of color there, they would tell me that there were no qualified people of color in the applicant pools, or that they weren't good organizational fits. I found it hard to believe that not one qualified person of color had ever applied to that library. So now that I can affect hiring decisions, I ask my supervisors about diversity in their applicant pools, and I ask specific questions about their selections to ensure that we do not have behind the organizational fit cop-out to avoid hiring librarians of color. The third thing that came to mind for me when asked the question about my own retention is my community of librarians of color. And that really echoes Jocelyn's remarks about her village, because they really uplift and sustain me. We all know how essential mentoring is for people of color and impact that the lack of mentoring has on retention. But I would say that having a community is equally as important. Since it's highly probable that a person of color is going to encounter microaggressions and or racism, be it systemic, overtly, covertly, and otherwise at work, it is critical that they have a safe place to unpack those experiences. So for me, community is a critical retention tool. I am not referring to that type of generic community that happens when you see another person of color and nod or make eye contact, but the kind of community where I, as a person of color, feel comfortable saying, let me tell you what this person said. Did I imagine that, or did I really hear this? And that conversation is both protected and respected. I have found that the community piece, being able to kind of unload the experiences that I had at work have made me more resilient. It's also really powerful for me when my colleagues tell me their stories, because it kind of confirms for me and affirms that it's not just me. I'm not imagining this. And it also gives me new tools and strategies for how to deal with those things in my own experience. So that has been chief among the ways that I kind of get replenished to continue in this profession. So what keeps me retained? New projects and other librarians of color. Thank you.
Question 2, what resources have been beneficial to you?
I love the opportunity to be able to answer this question as well. I'd say sometimes you have to create your own resource. And that's just what I did through my state library association. Quick story, When I was running for the vice president-elect of Virginia Library Association, I had to give my campaign stump speech to the executive committee and to the committees of the state and the committee chairs. And so when I looked out over the landscape of the audience, I realized that other than myself, there was only one other person of color in the room. So that really bothered me, especially in a state as diverse as Virginia. As Kimberly said, I also could not believe there were no other people of color who were available and had the talent and ability to serve on the executive level within the state association or on the chair or in the forums. So once I was elected as the president-elect, the vice president-elect of Virginia Library Association, I created the Librarians of Color Forum, which you can see on the screen there. And just a brief description of the Virginia Library Association's Librarians of Color Forum. Our mission is to inspire, empower, and connect librarians and library staff of color through knowledge, opportunities, and mentorship. Additionally, our aim is to provide allies with opportunities to support librarians and library staff of color in professional growth, retention, and overall success within the field. And you can also see our vision statement there, which is to connect LOCs by sharing national and local news of interest, to promote information on scholarships, grants, fellowships, committee and board appointments, etc. So you can see the link also to our Facebook page. So that's another way and another resource that I created that's out there for libraries of color to connect. We've referred a lot to a village. You have to create your own village sometimes. And how we do that through the Virginia Library Association Librarians of Color Forum is that we meet quarterly, 4 times a year, for a professional meeting, and this also provides a pathway of leadership for other librarians of color. We have chairs within our group, we have scholarship chairs, we have people that have to be the regional representatives. So again, that gives an opportunity and a resource for librarians of color to get that management, that leadership skill and opportunity that isn't often there sometimes. We also have social outings to uplift our village. So that is my resource. Thank you.
Oh, Jocelyn, what a great resource. Thanks for sharing. So for my response to this question, I want to introduce you to the California Leadership Association Leadership Program. You can see the link there. And it's a really great program. For the past year, I was fortunate enough to be part of the 2019-2020 cohort, which meant that I was part of a group of librarians throughout the state of California who were selected to participate in leadership training. So these include communication, facilitation, conflicts management, a lot of important things that leaders and managers have to deal with. We have librarians who are working in urban settings like in Los Angeles to smaller areas in rural counties, as well as medical and prison settings. And it's a great resource I'm sharing because it has a lot of videos. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, our program has been cut a little bit short, but the CLA Leadership Program Manager, Robert Karatsu and Christine Bolivar were able to create these webinars to share for everyone. And they're all recorded. And I know at this time, we're all thinking, oh, more Zoom, more recordings, more webinars. However, it's an opportunity to hear and learn more about the leaders in the field, particularly those who identify as a person of color. There was an interview with ALA President-elect Patty Wong, who is the librarian at Santa Monica Public Library, as well as Michael Lambert, who's the city librarian at San Francisco Public Library. And you get to hear their voices, their perspectives, their thoughts, their leadership journey. And what's interesting is that it is not necessarily the type of sugar-coated conversation. It is really one you could feel from the heart. And I would encourage people to look into that, especially those listening right now who identify as a person of color, to look into these webinars. They're free, they're open, and it's a great opportunity to learn what leaders of color are doing in the profession. Thank you.
My research and personal experience have found that attending leadership institutes is vital for librarians of color interested in retention and advancement. Attending these institutes offer the participant an opportunity to jump into the leadership recruiting pipeline, expand their network, as Ray mentioned, dig deeper into the literature, and learn about the vocabulary of leadership. A few years ago, I studied library directors of color and found that all but one had attended a leadership institute, most commonly the Harvard Leadership Institute, and all noted the value it added to their careers. Additionally, getting my PhD in LIS managerial leadership at Simmons really helped to reinvigorate me as a librarian. I must admit, it's been about 4 or 5 years ago, I got a little plateaued. I started to feel like, what am I doing? Do I want to do something else? Should I look elsewhere? It just started to feel like the same old. And so I applied to the program. I got into the program. It was a wonderful opportunity. The academic rigor and the deeper exploration of library and leadership trends really helped me. It gave me an opportunity to pause and look at the profession from a different perspective. It also gave me a great opportunity to network with librarians that I don't typically work with and hear their challenges and their perspective. And that was really, really helpful for me. It really kind of helped me to think about what else I can do. Is one of the main reasons why I applied to be a chief at the Library of Congress, because I started to feel like, hey, I can do this too. And so it really helped me frame what I wanted the next 10 years of my career to be like. So those opportunities to really dive deeper and look at the profession from a different perspective are the type of experiences that I think leadership institutes and degrees and webinars really offer to us as librarians. Thank you.
And so thank you all so much for your wonderful presentation and sharing about, mentoring, the opportunity to take on leadership, creating your own village, also understanding that sometimes you might have to leave the profession and leave that job. And that retention is something that really does need specific focus on. And you guys mentioned about that good fit narrative that can really get in the way of getting people in the door and keeping them there. Because if we want libraries to be a reflection of the societies that we live in, the patrons that we serve, we have to understand the cultural and systemic and structural barriers that are in place in terms of that recruiting, hiring, onboarding, orientation, and looking at that retention, making sure that we're keeping these people that want to stay in this profession, and that they're not leaving because they're not wanted or feel like they're being included. So just kind of a last question for you all. Is there anything else anyone would like to add before we round out and end our session here today?
Sure. I would say never stop learning, always come from a place of yes. So when someone asks you to be on a committee, go for it. If someone asks you to fill out that grant application, do it. If if you see an opportunity, like Kimberly mentioned, if it's something that I don't know if I can do it, you can. So that's another way to propel yourself in the profession. Come from a place of yes and never stop learning.
Thank you.
And so this is Ray. I also wanted to add, in addition to what Jocelyn said, I also on a contrarian side, sometimes when you say yes to something, you might be saying no to something else, and it might give you a hard time to prioritize when you have a lot of yeses and what do you do? So it's important to really look at your core values. What do you think is important? And then sort of go from there in terms of prioritizing, because there's going to be a lot of opportunities, and then people will want people who can do the work. And I think that's important. You stick to your word that you agree to do it, whether it's committee, whether it's a project, whether it's co-writing a paper or co-presenting, stick to it. And really that's a way to build rapport and your ability to do greater work.
Thank you.
I would just re-emphasize finding your tribe, your clique, your group, really finding a group of people within the profession who have similar interests and who you can continue to grow and partner with to help sustain a long career, if that's your choice. Thank you.
I would like to ditto what everybody has said. Just like Jocelyn said, join those committees, be the yes person. If they want you to be on a committee, say yes, don't shy away from doing things, because the more that you do things and get involved, it gets you out there and give you that experience to be in a leadership position and also to stay retained in this profession.
And lastly, I would like to say, making sure that you're taking care of yourself. Making sure that you're putting yourself first, because you can't do this job and do it well if you are not centering yourself and doing your due diligence, making sure that you're pushing back against a vocational awe, making sure that if you're going through a low morale experience, that you understand that and you try to mitigate that as much as possible, understanding that you come first, and letting that be kind of the route that keeps you retained in this profession. So thank you all so much. We are looking forward to your questions and thoughts in the live discussion.
Hi, I'm Wes Moore, and I've dedicated my career to fighting poverty and to social justice. And I think libraries are our most powerful tools to make sure that we can provide a true chance at equity and opportunity in our society. Libraries make sure that no matter where you are, no matter where you're from, that you have access to information and to knowledge. So go visit your library and go to ilovelibraries.org.
Hi, I'm Chanel Miller, author of the new book, Know My Name. Libraries empower so many people to share their stories and make their voices heard through inspiring programs and access to literature. Head to your local library today or visit ilovelibraries.org to learn more.
Hi, I'm Echo Brown, and as a professional storyteller, I love libraries. They ensure everyone can have access to books, movies, and music that speak directly to them. And they power creativity through interactive workshops and programs. Stop by your local library today or visit ilovelibraries.org to learn more.
Hi ALA, my name is Sophia Tarkle and I am a poet, the author of Somebody Give This Heart a Pen. And I'm going to be talking to you about libraries and just how sacred they are as places. Anything that can meet you at the point of your desire to escape will forever hold a sacred place. Whether after a long day it's a specific face, or after fasting it's a full plate, or after family drama it's an open space. That thing's ability to liberate is way more powerful than its offering of an alternative reality. That thing is a reminder that the world doesn't just stop at your fingertips. That tool for escape teaches you to stretch out of your current context and print yourself on new feelings, new ideas, new places, new people. And in remembering that the world can be bigger than our own worries, we allow ourselves to become inspired. And to dream is to learn to live properly. A boy that I liked didn't like me when I was in high school. As a kid, I had a worrying obsession with child soldiers, with stories of kids who went to war. One day, he hurt me with his words so badly I wished that the world would just crack open beneath me and be graceful enough to let me slip beneath it and recalibrate my confidence for a few years until we all left for college. You know, when you're a teenager. But Mother Earth, much like my own mum, said, deal with it, Sophia. Life has more lessons for you. And it's funny because when I got home, I found perspective by slipping out of my world and into the world of Alma, a Sierra Leonean my age fighting in a civil war against her neighbours. And I didn't go into school with my chin high because her life was worse than mine. No, I went in realigned because her neighbour was a boy who loved her enough to fight her war for her. And I realised this boy, who wears his shorts back to front sometimes in sports class, could never love me with that same dedication. My escape enriched my reality. And books have never really stopped doing that. Anything that can add new pages, new people, new ways to live and love and learn to our single brains is more deserving of our time than almost anything. Read with permission from Candlewick Press. Itty Bitty Titty Committee. They were never flat until Jordan composed a chorus of laughter from the boys' changing room that sang its way onto the football pitch that hosted what I hoped would be their first outing. Except clearly it wasn't. Clearly these almonds of puberty were closer to my ribcage than the pitch, and now everybody knew this. Knew that tomboy was more than a mind state, that it sat deep in my anatomy. That evening I went home and I played the drums on my chest. I beat my heart into making a decision, in or out. A decade later, I still ask myself, in or out, but not for Jordan or the football pitch, but for this complex that I should have never grown. I jumped off a boat in the middle of the Pacific when I was 12, and parading this sand dune torso has always felt like that decision. We write the years of our lives together, with new desires on how we wish to live it every single day. After karate films as a kid, my brothers and I would be kicking and punching all up and down the house. And after reading the Rudy Francisco poem of his crush at the coffee shop, all I want to do is let love happen. Books deposit the option to re-exist. So I guess libraries are technically these big maternity wards. And I don't know a man who doesn't come out of one of those newly empathetic and appreciative of his lady. Not only can we pick up life and mind adjustments, we pick up somebody else's heart. And we learn why it does what it does. We get this unique opportunity to see what makes people protective, or fear rejection, or more open, or scared of big crowds, or hating Sundays, or crying whenever it rains. I used to think my dad was crazy and unfair when he wouldn't let me get a bus to school. Until I read about bus bombings where he grew up, and I learned about PTSD, and now I love him for it. I love him through it. Putting books into people isn't just for exams. It's essential for softening and sharpening us towards the people we will meet. Which is why I'm so sure that we should all be encouraged to tell our own stories, to let our years develop the experience of somebody else's life. And even if, in the very unlikely occasion, they don't take anything from it, they would have listened. They would have journeyed out of their own heads to explore somebody else's. And that is the beginning of empathy, the inception of a more forgiving and intelligent people. I wrote "Somebody Give This Heart a Pen" to validate the corners of us we sometimes think we experience alone. And in the multiple countries, classrooms, conferences and conventions that I've read pages at, I've seen this physical exhale happen. The one that we all do once we share a load. Once we can tear a secret from our lips and parade naked in our messy, emotionally charged lives. Seeing a new perspective is always beautiful, but I'm obsessed with holding a mirror up for people to see themselves, to maybe then be more confident in their appearance or their difference, their history, their parents, their mental state, their vulnerability. Once you address the silenced parts of you, they lose the power they had to restrain a part of you from liberating itself. I held my book launch at the iconic Jazz Cafe, and somehow we managed to fill every corner of the place. The highlight of the night for me was performing this poem with my brother about my grandma who passed from cancer. The poem was a declaration that I wouldn't let the illness taint my last memory of her. After living such a tremendous and full life, it will be a complete disservice to remember her just for the cancer that walked her back to God. That moment on stage meant so much to me and my family. But after the show, a young lady came up to me, delicate, and told me that she had gone to her father's funeral that morning. She said that she wasn't sure about whether she would come to the show, but after hearing the cancer poem, she understood why she had to be here, to redirect the mourning to a less painful trajectory.
Sophia don't like you, she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. I've been so caught up in my hate, forgetting all that she would say. And now I know I'm better now that I've let go. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, so cancer, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. Hey.
The graveyard quiet took over the bar I was in when I first heard that my grandma was dying. A silence that reminded me of flat lines by hospital beds and various recognisable yet unfamiliar whispers of death. I was a young teen in an adult scene, all in the name of poetry, but cancer. Cancer, you always have a way of reminding me that forever is only a state of mind that I would try to defy every single night, and I hated you. And perhaps parts of my fast youth still do. But I'm so reluctant to give you any part of me because you parted me into pieces small enough to be swallowed. When you wallowed your way into my grandma's throat, until she only spoke using gestures and wrote using the fluttering of her eyelashes, she swept the walls clear with our tears. And still you stayed. Concentrating her insides with your poison, making her heart your home, consequently ripping the heart from our home, forcing my father to become the backbone of what became of my crumbling mother. I do not want to give you any more of me, but you are so determined to war with me every single time I try to think of my grandma. Every single time I tried to think of the excitement that would overcome her every time she would go to tell a joke, as if it was the first time she had told it. all the croaks in her voices, she would sing her lungs back into her 20s, or her hospitality to anyone who ever entered her home, or her inside-out heart that pumped humility, or her stained palms that told stories of her wilderness, or her tattooed principles that had made a heart out of her home, or her jollof on a Sunday and her egg and chips on a Monday. She was so determined to make Britain her home, but she still couldn't get enough of her accent when she picked up the phone, and she still couldn't get enough of Nollywood acting when she was alone. Thoughts of her preserve the sense of Sierra Leone, and they taste like the Creole that she spoke. Cancer, you will not take or taint my last memories of her. I've become so reluctant to waste my hate. The thin line between my love for her and my hate for you will be painted golden at Heaven's Gate, because I will always see her again. In her braided wigs and her floor-length gown, parading the cloud, laughing hard and loud until glitter forms in her tear ducts. Cancer, you will not play a part in my last memory of her. I can't let anger be a part of this. She would have hated that.
For all the times that you rain on my parade, and all the hearts you get in using my name. You think you broke my heart, oh girl, for goodness sake. You think I'm crying on my own, but I hate. And I didn't wanna write a song, 'cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still carried on. But you still hit my phone up, and baby, I'll be moving on. And I think you should be something I still carried on. But you still hit my phone up. Sophia don't like you, she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. I've been so caught up in my hate, forgetting all that she would say. And now I know I'm better now that I've let go. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh Cancer, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. Hey.
I started wearing the hug you gave me last winter. I still keep your smile in my pocket. I still hear your clicks as the crackling of a mic, despite you not being around to see what my charisma was channeled into. I am so desperate to keep you alive through me. So may the sense of you never fade from my good times. May your broken English continue to fix me every night as I seek to search for the God that you served. May your arms still continue to put me to rest every night as feathered wings do the cherubim. You were of the wilderness, Grandma. The people are right, they were never meant to understand you. But I know that you found your feet in the skies. So I'm not gonna write another poem, another verse, or another line to Cancer asking why it needed you so badly. I'm not gonna give a thing any more of my mind. Sophia don't like you, she likes everyone. And I never liked to admit that I was wrong. And I've been so caught up in my hate, forgetting all that she would say. And now I know I'm better now that I've let go. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh Cancer, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself.
that I'm still holding on to something. You should go and love yourself.
She has taken nuggets from the poem and will fall back on them when grief inevitably ill-times its onset. The human relationship with quotes is the closest thing to holding hands to keep ourselves together. We are encouraged to remember school mantras, daily affirmations, verses from the Bible to remember who we are and make us feel safe. Psalm 91 has sung itself across this global pandemic, convincing us that He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. Words, sometimes a bandage, sometimes a mirror, sometimes a mother. I had always imagined writing my first book by the beach somewhere, isolated from humanity for a year. But let's face it, the book advance just doesn't cover that. So instead, I stayed home. And whilst you're in this writing space, you kind of become this sponge. Everything inspires you, everything becomes a potential poem. I've got to really experience my parents for the eccentric, foreign, funny, dramatic, so dramatic lovers in their 50s. One thing I realised is that kids of migrated parents have grown up knowing who your parents were on the phone to by the accent they would pull out from somewhere and put on. To me, it had always been funny. Like, who are you convincing? Surely no one. Until I got older and I learnt about imposter syndrome. And a part of me kind of wishes maybe I didn't. But it did encourage this poem called Daddy's Accents that my father reads with so much pride in a very British accent. Read with permission from Candlewick Press.
Left his accent inside the burning pink cheeks of his law clothes. His wrapped pieces of a sense along the path to assimilation. It is hard to place his voice. On Mondays, he wears a mask, proving fake and fast to new clients that as much as he is British, he is also an expert in his land.
Growing up, schools took an extremely scientific approach to poetry. We would dissect and dissect until we had a pile of commas and language techniques. It was taught like maths, void of power, relatability, and emotional assonance. The majority of school leavers don't get a chance to learn poetry as more than an operating table. They didn't get a chance to recognise it in song lyrics, in advert marketing, in birthday cards, in proverbs, in two people falling in love without speaking the same tongue, in a first kiss, the poetry of puberty, the poetry in finally accepting your reflection, in acting from a history of liberation, the poetry in your mum's cooking. We didn't get to break open the religion that reveals poetry's lingering presence in everything. When people ask how the book writing process was for me, I say that writing was easy. Living is the hard part. Finding a way to print life on a page obviously comes with its process, and I forced myself into that deep state of observation. I didn't want this book to be a book on me. I wanted to speak about your parents, about how her friend grieves. I wanted to speak about your teenage years, looking for yourself. I wanted you to read it and see yourself. And to do that, I had to keep quiet. I had to really keep quiet for a while and just let the world present itself. Read with permission from Candlewick Press. Fighting as Strangers. During the second class, they asked where we grew up. Him with the knives scattered like scars across his face said he grew up in the desert, a place where conflict was engraved into the spirit of man, where holding your child was a rarity that induced a peculiar softness never to be explored. They came to me And I froze. Because really where I grew up has never factored into my growing. How do you say you were raised in between arguments and slamming doors? And you had to grow away from everything you lived in to stay sane within these four walls. I'm more familiar with Mum's tears than I may ever be with her joy. I learnt that kids were spelt leverage, once differences became more promising than wedding vows. I grew up in stagnant divorce, in empty shell exchanges on egg-shelled floors. Fake smiles served to guest on the shiniest of silvers, reflections rebounding like spears. Before dinner they bow their seasoned heads as the last thing that they can agree on, and they pray for the strength to leave and reason to stay, whichever comes first. Love was never brought into the argument. Funny that the thing that brought them together in the first place suddenly became undeserving of a mention. I'm sure it still sits in both of their mouths, buried under a tongue too trained away from togetherness to ever come up. I suppose I grew up like him, with a heart of scars, holding tight to a love layered in loss. And maybe that's what made us who we are. Literacy is this profound tool to explore ourselves. Unlike dance or painting, poetry forces us to address a beginning, a middle, and an end. It sits in this digestible gap between art and conversation. So wielding the power to both be understood but also penetrate as art does, it slows us down to our story, to each other's stories. It can flesh out the crumpled parts of us that we sometimes tuck deep beneath our tongues. Read with permission from Candlewick Press. When to write. When your fists are ready to paint faces, when there is nowhere to confide, when your skin lingers high above your bones, and you're so out of touch with yourself, write. When your mouth fails and shyness strangles and your throat becomes tight, write. When your eyes won't dry, write. Before you fight, before you fall, write. When they lie to you, when they hurt you, when they leave you, write. But if they return and they have listened, you better write. When the urge arises, step out of the shower and write. When the world denies you, find your power and write. When they speak of a freedom that doesn't include you, write away those bars. Write together those scars. Write around your wounds. Write into your womb. Write upwards, write inward, write through and write around absolutely everything that tries to steal your sound.
Hello and welcome to the Digital Library Trends presentation from Overdrive and at our ALA virtual conference. We're excited to share with you from a panel of experts about what we've been seeing during this very interesting period where our physical library buildings are closed, but our digital collections are going strong during a very difficult time in the world. So what we'll be reviewing are some specific trends on ebook and audiobook usage, some lessons learned, and then also some key takeaways and best practices. If you're interested in following along on Twitter, the hashtag is ALAVirtual20. I'm very excited to have our presenters here joining us today. First, we have Stephen Potter, who is the CEO and Library Director of the Mid-Continent Public Library System out of Missouri. Ann Kennedy, who's a library consultant at the Ohio Digital Library Consortium in Columbus, Ohio. And Katie Ferris, who's the electronic content librarian at Multnomah County Library in Portland, Oregon. And I am Karen Estrovich. I'm with Overdrive, and I'll be your narrator today, moderator. First off, we have Stephen Potter. Stephen Potter is the CEO and Library Director of Mid-Continent. He has been with the system since 1988. He's received an award from the National Medal Award from the IMLS in 2014. He's an author and a professor, and he co-authored the book, The Purpose-Based Library. And we're excited to hear specifically from him some interesting statistics on what he found that's been happening pre the pandemic and then following the library closures. Take it away, Stephen.
Right. So just in terms of introduction, and in case you're curious, this is a little bit more about the library system, the Mid-Continent Public Library System. It's a little bit over 800,000 residents, about 1,400 square miles, 35 locations. We have 336,000 active accounts, and that's important, not just accounts. We've got many, many more accounts, but 336,000 active accounts. And based on our library value calculator, we do about $4 in service for every $1 in tax revenue. And so that's a little bit more about us. On the next slide, we'll start talking a little bit about something that we were starting to notice in terms of our utilization and how people were using the library. In February, we started noticing that our digital users were starting to outpace our physical users on a monthly basis. If you look at this chart below, you can see that that's what's happening. The orange line essentially shows individual physical library users. So it could be one person who checks out 45 books, but it's still just one. And the blue line are digital online users. And again, it could be one digital user who checks out one book or 45 books, but it's users is what this is measuring. And so you can see, you go back historically, and there's a gap. And the physical users are much larger, and then you get about a third of the way or 2/3 of the way through, and the lines start jumping back and forth. But then when you get at the beginning of 2020, end of 2019, beginning of 2020, the blue line overtakes the orange line consistently, and even more interestingly, begins to mirror. They begin to mirror each other, which to me suggests stability, that this was the new normal. And this was the new normal in December and January and February, when people were still coming into the library all the time. And then we had COVID-19. So if we go to the next slide, what we'll see is we decided, working with our partner Orange Boy, we started working on an ongoing customer study so that we could figure out how people were using our digital resources and using the library actually, but by default digital, because that's what everyone was doing. So we started in April. It was a pilot. We were doing this as well as Cincinnati, Hamilton County in Ohio. Surveys were sent to about 5,000 customers each week, and it was randomized. About 36% of our respondents were people who primarily used digital delivery before COVID-19. And that was a much higher response rate than what they used to have before COVID-19. What was really enlightening about this was how customers were using our services during COVID-19, but it also could be some pretty interesting foreshadowing for what was going to happen in a post-COVID-19 world. So if we go to the next slide, what we're going to look at are several slides that kind of talk about the questions and those responses to the questions. So one of the first one was, how was your awareness of library services changed? And what you can see is about 66% said everything stayed the same, but 27% of our customers that we reached are saying that their awareness of library services increased. Frankly, I don't know what I would have been able to do to get 27% of a response of a group of respondents to say they learned something new about what the library does pre-COVID-19. I feel like we really effectively leveraged our opportunity to be able to teach people about additional services that the libraries offer, and that number is actually, I should mention that these statistics that I'm showing you are from our most recent round of data, which occurred toward the end of May in terms of the calculation. So on the next slide, this was something that I think was very interesting. So one thing that became obvious to people is that as soon as we closed down our buildings, people began to virtualize programming. Became really obvious. Let's just take our story times and Zoom our story times, or something like that. So there were two questions associated with this. One, have you attended virtual programs? And two, do you intend to attend virtual programs? And what we discovered is this is very similar to the way things work with other live programming that we have in our libraries. So in terms of whether people say they want to attend live programming, 18% likely, 3% very likely. So, we're talking about 21% of the people are basically saying, I really want to go to a live program. But then when it rubber meets the road, have you actually gone to a virtual program? 3% are the ones who have actually done that. Now that number's not unusual. If you're in a public library setting, not surprising at all. We have 100 people sign up for a program in your library, and 15 people actually come. I think it's something that a real similar sort of thing that we're seeing there. And I think what this was suggesting to us is that if we did want to continue to move forward with digital program delivery, not just live program, that it may not be about just offering it in a digital format, but possibly on demand might actually give us a better opportunity to tap the 21% who say that they'd be willing to attend a virtual program, but just didn't make it on time to attend it live. The next slide is actually not a slide that's part of our survey, but it does actually show the impact of digital use during the time of COVID-19. So these are 4 different categories of online use. Some children's online databases, which really tightly correlates to homework help, is where that is. Not a lot of fun databases here, but help for science and things like that. The next one was the trend analysis on our genealogy databases, and again, with people at home, it gave them an opportunity to work on genealogy. The next 2 slides down here on this quadrant are trend analysis. We say business databases, but what it is, it's really the self-paced learning. It's Gale courses in universal class. So people, taking the opportunity to sort of learn something new while they're stuck at home. And what you can see on all 4 of these, bumping along, everything's fine, and then hockey stick just erupts during COVID-19. Kind of makes sense that would happen, but certainly it showed that it did happen. And we did a lot of marketing and pushing and trying to encourage people to know that this sort of service was available. On the next slide, back to the survey, how satisfied are you with the resources and services offered by the library? Again, this is one that you might expect to see this be a crater because you're closing the doors and the types of things that people are used to coming to the library to do, not currently available. So you look at satisfied, 34%, very satisfied, 39%, neutral, 21%. And so really the only one, the dissatisfied and very dissatisfied, a grand total of 6%. So people, they were either, given us some slack or something. But generally what we were getting from our public through the surveys and the questionnaires was that people were happy with our response, that they were satisfied with what we were doing, understanding the limitations that we were operating under. So that certainly felt really good. On the next slide, this is one that I really was very interested in. What is your biggest need right now? And so we had a series of different questions where we asked people what their biggest need was, and then there's an other where they could fill in the blank. The yellow bar that's in the middle, the number one greatest need of people right now that they wanted from the library was social interaction. Now, this felt really, really good because in large part, Mid-Continent Public Library has been working to reconfigure our library buildings, and we just had a capital campaign about 4 years ago where we're rebuilding and reimagining our spaces to foster more social interaction and social opportunities. And so it's good to know that that was still the need of the public. However, at a time when we're all being told, don't physically, socially interact, it really does handcuff us. And it also, I think, has played a lot into our decisions about how to reopen. If what everybody's saying, if this is what people are really clamoring for, we have to be really cautious about how we reopen the libraries. And so then the next most popular was other, and amongst the other category, that's that teal line sort of that's on the right-hand side. 50% of the responses in other had something to do with physical library resources, books, videotapes, things like that. So not surprising, but still considerably below the social interaction. The green line that's over on the left-hand side is resources for at-home learning. So it's that helping people with helping kids with school resources and all of that. So this was interesting. It certainly correlated with what it was that we saw with how the people were using the library system, but also is informing how we're moving forward with our opening of the libraries. The next slide talks about how have you been using your newfound time. Now, there was a whole bunch of answers to this one, but I only pull out 4 specific answers here. And it's because they really do intersect with a lot of our traditional services. So 54% of people said that they were cooking a lot more. Again, kind of makes sense. But this was good news to us because we are getting ready to launch a culinary literacy program. So we have a feeling we'll be able to leverage that. 38% watched movies, and of course our streaming videos that we have correlates with that. 13% reading, 8% online learning. So those 4 areas do actually provide a lot of opportunity for us to leverage the activity that people were doing when they were at home, self-quarantining, things like that. So that really does conclude my part of what it was that I was wanting to present, and hopefully gives you a little bit better indication, at least, of what our customer base looked like in their utilization of the library during the stay-at-home orders.
That's great. Thank you so much, Stephen, for that presentation. And we'll move on to our next presenter. So next we have Ann Kennedy. She's with the Ohio Digital Library, or the Ohio eBook Consortium, which is run by the State Library of Ohio, and it has 181 library systems across the state. She's been with this system since the beginning of 2017 and has increased the circulation over 2.1 million. And been an Overdrive user for quite a while, since 2007. So take it away, Ann.
Thank you, Karen. So the Ohio Digital Library is a consortium, like Karen said, of 181 library systems. We have 174 public libraries, 3 academics, 1 career and technical school, 1 private library, and 2 state administrative agencies. Those agencies are the State Library of Ohio and the Serving Every Ohioan Online Center, both of which offer library cards to our patrons. So ODL is an old consortium in terms of Overdrive consortia. It was originally founded as the Ohio eBook Project in 2005. It became the Ohio Digital Library when the Ohio eBook Project and the SEO Library Consortium joined in 2013. At that time, the number of member libraries almost doubled, and the Ohio Digital Library was named. In Ohio, each of the major metropolitan areas offer their own Overdrive platform, either as a standalone library or as a member of a consortium. You can see on this map that there are only a few ODL member libraries around Cincinnati, for instance, in the lower left portion of the state, or in Cleveland, actually where Overdrive is located, in the upper right-hand corner. The population of Ohio is 11.7 million people, and ODL serves 4.5 million of that. The population of the largest member libraries service area is actually 240,000, and my smallest is 880 people. So you can only imagine the needs of these various libraries vary greatly. And then something else about Ohio that you might not know, because it doesn't apply necessarily to every single state. Any citizen of Ohio can usually apply for a library card at any of our public libraries. Additionally, Ohioans can also apply for a state library card, which allows them access to a lot of different resources in the state. So on to the next. So I'm going to talk a little bit about users and our cards. So we actually signed up for the Instant Digital card as COVID hit. So on March 13th, 2020, many of the major Ohio metropolitan libraries actually began announcing that they were going to be closing. And then by March 24th, all 251 systems had shut. And libraries were struggling with, like Stephen mentioned, offering virtual programming and providing digital services to their patrons. There are many ODL libraries who previously did not offer digital cards. And between the second and third weeks of March, some of them were actually able to implement that. But I wanted to do more as a consortium. So on March 20th, 2020, Overdrive enabled the Instant Digital Card feature for ODL just a day after I signed the agreement. So currently anybody who has an Ohio mailing address can get an Instant Digital Card. So on the admin side, I can see that registrations have come in from all over the state. And you can see in this graph of monthly users that the growth in new users for ODL really corresponds with that increase in the IDC registrations. So let's look at the checkouts and holds over the same period of time. In March 2019, we had close to 480,000 checkouts and 198,000 holds. March 2020 had an 11% increase in checkouts with just over 531,000 and a 28% increase in holds with 253,000 holds. Remember, that's also when libraries were still mostly open, but in April, that's when everybody was closed. April 2020 had a more significant increase of 33% increase in checkouts, but the holds are really where that increase is marked. Holds jumped by 67% compared to holds in April 2019. And then May also had a 30% increase in checkouts over the previous May and a 57% increase in holds. So you can see we're getting a lot of use in the consortium. But what are some of the things that I'm doing to try to mitigate the demand that ODL is experiencing? Let's talk spending. So we don't have a setup like many other consortia do. ODL doesn't have centralized spending. Member libraries are all required to spend a percentage of their overall collection budget in Marketplace for the consortium. And then of that percentage, a smaller amount is contributed to the account that I manage. I then use those whole funds to fill holds, buy simultaneous use titles, perform collection development, and then replace metered access titles that have expired or are expiring. So one way that COVID-19 has changed the way that I'm purchasing is that I went from buying high holds just on Thursdays to taking the same amount of money that I would be spending then, breaking it up and spending it every single day of the week. I still keep to my schedule of the other purchasing that I do. So for instance, I buy metered access replacements on Mondays and Fridays, cost per circ on Tuesdays, and recommendations on Wednesdays. But now I've just added buying those high holds into the workflow of every single day. I know that's not something many libraries can do, but if you can buy more regularly, you'll be absolutely amazed how much your circulation increases, even if you're not spending more, but you're at least spending the same amount more frequently. And then something that I do to maximize circulation without spending a lot more money, because it's already part of my collection, is using my curation. So we have just seen an absolutely insane, dramatic increase in daily circulation. March 2020 averaged 17,154 checkouts per day. April was 19,920, and May was 19,538 per day. And this is after the Holds redelivery feature actually went live. So these are people who are actively wanting to check these titles out. So I try to change up my curated collections or the book lists on the page every few days just to keep up with demand. The collections are sometimes funny, like those national days of the week, or they sometimes highlight the popular genres in the collection or the underutilized parts of the collection. But either way, I try to use the titles that we've already invested money in to get more checkouts and just hopefully help our patrons find something to read.
Next up is Katie Ferris from the Multnomah County Library System. She's been with Multnomah County, which is in the Pacific Northwest in Portland, Oregon, since 2014. And she has experience in a variety of library systems, and even ones that I didn't know existed, like math and water libraries, and very passionate about collection development. And we're really excited to have her chat with us today. Take it away, Katie.
All right, thanks everybody. Yeah, a little bit, another map for you, a little bit about us. We have 19 physical locations across the county, serving a population, again, of just over 800,000 people. And all those physical locations have been closed since March 14th. And during the announcement from our director to the media and the public, it was like, but don't worry, you can still access the library digitally. So we already have strong digital circulation, 3 million ebook and audiobook checkouts in 2019. This is my whole job, so this is what I do all day, every day to try and maximize value out of that collection. So a little context here, our fiscal year ends on June 30th, so we knew we were in a position where we were not going to be able to spend a lot of our budget that would normally have gone to physical materials, so we were able to redirect that money more of everything in a lot of different ways. So if you go to the next slide, these are all the things we did to try and increase access in a bunch of different ways. Many of them did not cost any money at all, so you too can do them. So easy, low-hanging fruit to start, eliminating fines-based blocks to digital content. If you want to use the library, you can use the library. This is going to be a permanent change for us. And so easy one to start with. The next one is raising that checkout limit in Overdrive from 20 to 50 books at a time, to help offset the fact that there was no physical material to check out at that time. We kept the hold limit the same just because we knew more holds equals more copies needed and more money spent. So we did a little something with holds though as well. But people were very excited to see that limit raised to 50 at a time. And then we also have the instant digital card as well. So we didn't have another online card option when everything shut down. So this was the only way to get people who didn't already have a library card access to the library. And before COVID hit, those terms for the instant digital card were only valid for 90 days. We extended that to 6 months for everybody who already had a card, and then going forward as well. And since then, we have been able to implement another online card option beyond just Overdrive. So yeah, everybody's trying to innovate right now. So those were all the free things that we did. And then lowering holds ratios is something that we did sort of across the board. We went from 6-to-1 to 5-to-1 this whole time. And then in targeted ways as well, like for specifically kids and teen titles, we went down to 3-to-1 for a one-time buy to get a bunch more copies in circulation of that content. Because if you're a kid at the library, you want to be able to see a book and check it out and read it right away. So we were trying to recreate that experience as much as we could for kids and teens. And go to the next slide. And also for other people who are older with leveraging access models. So as Anne said, using all of these in different ways. We really invested in cost per circ as well. We sort of were nervous and wanted to know how much it was going to cost. So the way that we tried to right size it for us was we ran a report of everything in our collection that was already on hold that cost $2 or less per checkout. And we had our Overdrive reps sort of tell us if we filled every single hold at these price points, how much would it cost? So we knew what we were getting into. And so that's just a suggestion takeaway for you. If you do have some money and you want to fill a bunch of holds for your patrons, you can turn those on, give them 3 to 5 days to check them out. There's not automatic checkout anymore. So that's like the highest end of what you'll pay. And then you can revoke those back once the people who really wanted the titles were able to get them. So we started with English language. We added like 4,000 to 5,000 titles. HarperCollins added a bunch more titles into the mix at the beginning of April. So we were able to add more titles in English. And then the really big expansion was adding 20,000 non-English language titles. We offered some pretty small languages in our target collections, which are Spanish, Chinese, and Russian already. But the vast majority of these CPC titles that we added were not already in our collection. So this was really expanding those digital offerings for those communities. We have bilingual staff who serve all these communities already doing outreach and programming. And so this was just another sort of digital offering we could give to them. And I think I just saw the email announcement today that Libby is now available in a bunch of other languages, and they're so thrilled to have that as an offering too. So this is something we're hoping to continue to offer even after we start opening locations, because it's a really big impact, small cost for those communities. We also added simultaneous use collections. We had the audiobook collections, but we added Duke Classics, and we've seen some great return already. Those were freely offered at the beginning of this. And then we have been doing, we just actually this week started a Sourcebooks 1-month book club offering of Me and White Supremacy. There's a lot of interest right now in that title, and we were able to access it or add it for unlimited access. And we've just been seeing big numbers for those. So it seems like there's new stuff all the time in those models. So definitely check those out if you haven't looked at them in a while. The other thing that's been really great is Penguin Random House started offering a 12-month license instead of their standard 2-year at half the cost. And so that's allowed us to a lot of flexibility in how we're spending our money, especially around audiobooks. If we say we have enough probably perpetual access copies of this, let's just get those 12-month licenses and fill the holds right now. So especially with the lower price point kids titles, again, getting more of those copies in at a lower cost. Fingers crossed they keep offering that. This is my plea to them to do so. And then again, curate. If you haven't done this before, it's great. And this, I wanted to specifically call out something we did because we heard from a lot of educators who wanted, always available content that they could direct their students to. And it's impossible to find the cost per circ titles on the Overdrive site, probably by design, so people aren't trying to game those and run up our bills. But we did, for kids and teens, make an always available collection that we could send the link out to educators, so they were able to share those with their students and know which books were going to be available and which ones didn't have a wait. So we did those collections. We've highlighted a lot of, there was a sneaky simultaneous use collection from Grove Atlantic, and we put that up as well because those are very popular books, and just trying to keep track of and make sure that the patrons are finding those ones and not necessarily having to put things on hold and triggering us to buy more copies. So next slide. Oh yeah, and then this is what people are actually reading right now. So this is very micro for us, but these percentages are growth year over year from the same period in 2019. So as you might imagine, our non-English books, we've seen 150% growth in usage of those, which is really heartening, and we're glad to see that those are getting used by those communities. Kids' ebooks specifically are getting huge numbers, 136% growth. Probably a lot of that is to do with the availability of Harry Potter, but we're also seeing a lot more usage of kids' graphic novels, so 144% growth specifically of that subset. So that's really wonderful. And a lot of those are available in the CPC, so there's unlimited access to those. That's contributing as well. Humor books, don't know why people are looking for levity right now, but a lot more usage of those. And classics, again, I think Duke Classics and Greta Gerwig's Little Women have contributed to the increase in interest in those. And then cookbooks, as mentioned previously, a lot of people are cooking a lot more. I wanted to call out our local baker, Ken Forkish, who wrote this bread baking book that I've had to buy 30 more copies of since we've been in quarantine. So that is what Portland is reading right now.
Thank you so much, Katie. Super interesting, and thanks for sharing some of those tips. All right, so I'm going to kick it off with some Overdrive level data. I'll first do a brief intro. So Karen Estrovich, I'm the Senior Regional Manager at Overdrive. I've been with Overdrive at 15 years, started on the 2-person collection development team. It included a lot of clip art on Word doc papers, but we've gotten better since then. And I partner with our public librarians, particularly in the North American region, to help with campaigns, working very closely with our account management team and collection development team. All right, so I'm very excited to show this. So this information is a high-level review of all of our North America Public Library data. We're also going to include some data from our K-12 schools, so there will be a little flair there as well. But we look at data all the time. We have our business system and analyst team who created these beautiful data points and presentations. And before COVID, this is sort of all they do day in, day out. And of course, if there's any specific asks that you're interested in looking at, digging in more, they're a great group to engage with. So particularly we're looking at sort of pre-COVID, and we're using the week of March 16th as sort of the starting point of when a lot of the library closures happen. So just some context there. So here we're looking at new users by week. So as we see, there's a dramatic spike in first-time new users. We also are offering the Public Library plugin, which we call the Public Library Connect. And that allows easy access to ebooks through the public library. So if you're a student and you have Sora on your phone, you can easily access your school collection, and then with essentially one click, also access the public library collection. Now we get into checkout. So as you've seen from specific examples from Stephen and Ann and Katie, dramatic increase in checkouts. But what's interesting, and I know Stephen mentioned this, is that we were in record territory before. So we were doing very well as far as the increase in checkouts before anything was closed. And then, on top of that, what you see here is essentially more than doubling our growth. And what's very sort of cool to see is that even with some communities starting to open and some things changing, and orders, depending on the state, are changing a little bit, we're still seeing consistent and persistent checkout growth. K-12 a little bit different again, so you could see the peak was a little bit after what we see for the public libraries, and we see it sort of tail off, and knowing that we're going to be hitting summer, it may sort of continue on that trend. which, as we know, sort of makes the public libraries even more valuable. And we talked about some specific ways that we're building up our kids and teens collection, servicing the at-home learning resources, which sounds like it was a great need during this and probably over the summer as well. So the idea of distance learning here is key, whether it's through the school or the public library. So formats, this one is really interesting, and this one sort of was a surprising trend when we're talking about things that, surprise us. So as we know, audiobooks were chugging along at a very high pace. So it was about 30% growth over the previous year as far as usage goes. Ebooks were starting to sort of plateau, were starting to sort of level out more like at 15 to 20%. That changed. So couple of factors here, right? So the idea is when we have the shelter in place or stay-at-home orders, you're not getting as many commuters. So there's a drop maybe in those users that were using audio on their commutes. Still growth, but when you look at the ebook growth, it's not even close. So we sort of saw this shift where ebook were kind of beating audiobook as far as the formats go. So interesting stuff there. Holds by week. So correlation here between new users and increased checkouts, and as many of you talked about, holds. And but there's really good news here too. So while this looks really kind of scary in some ways, I think there's been some really great work on being thoughtful about managing demand. So whether it's using curation or whether it's simultaneous use or taking advantage of CPC, and I was joking because, I'm like, I didn't even know Grove Atlantic had an SU plan. So there's so many of these options and features and collections. And frankly, the publishing partners have been really into engaging on these things, probably for multiple reasons, but I don't want to go there. That's not this presentation. However, there's been some really great partnerships of offering great materials at a discount, free, low cost. So, while this looks a little bit scary, the nice thing is it correlates with the CIRC. So it's not like the holds are going above the checkouts. It's about at the same growth rate. And again, even with that, I feel like our partners and including ones on the call today are doing a really great job managing that. So here we get into the kids stuff. And I think this is, again, sort of that, what's new, what's surprising? We all know sort of where our ebook, juvenile, and especially YA and audiobook sorts were before this, as we can see. The library closures, the school closures, the parents freaking out, been there. What do we do? How do we access content? How do we keep them engaged? How do we do some resemblings of something that's educational? How do we let them choose what they want to read? This is where we saw, a big trend in increase. So fiction as well as nonfiction, just a big jump after the closures. And what's interesting about this that's sort of a little bit different from the overall trend when you loop in adult is that audiobooks are increasing in juvenile and YA. So while ebooks for, sort of the overall, mostly adult, obviously, there's still, it's ebooks and audiobooks when it comes to these audiences. And young adult nonfiction, again, one of these ones that sort of went under the radar. You bought what you could, and if there's simultaneous use or a big book here and there, yes. But again, seeing a huge increase, and we did have some promotions. I mean, we talk about the Harry Potter. I know there was some, Big Library Read and other SU type materials, even our Duke Classics, depending on how they're classified. So there are some opportunities that could have seen some, specific jumps depending on the content. But again, it's these demographics of younger people. So, middle and high school students, teens. So it's really cool to see because from my perspective, that's not necessarily the audience that you're always been servicing as high, maybe as your, seniors or even sort of the millennials. So this is sort of a new pocket of a demographic that you've been reaching since your buildings have been closed. And again, in ebook and audiobook as well. All right, so we're going to go into our Q&A session, and I'm just going to share some of these questions with the group. All right, so the first question is, what are some things that surprise you from the data? And you may want to unmute yourself if you haven't already.
I still think that the most surprising thing that we saw from the data was that when people asked what is the thing that you need from the library the most, it's socialization and network and all of that. I mean, that was something that I did not at all expect. I mean, I expected books, give me physical books, but I did not expect this. The other thing was that satisfaction ratio, that well over 70% were saying they were satisfied or very satisfied with what the library was able to do in very limited, and with both of our hands tied. So.
This is small, but it's just was surprising to me because it was not where my head was at during this time, but we had such a big run on sort of pandemic and plague related books, like
yes,
thing about, the flu from 1918. And I was just like, okay, guys, you're braver than I am. This is good for you. So that was surprising to me.
Katie, I agree. We had the same exact thing, and it was just so surprising because I went comfort books and some other people went pandemic books. And so for me, the most surprising thing was the areas of the collection that suddenly started getting a lot more use. For instance, of course, the kids and teen sections, but also things like comforting things, the cooking, kind of cozy mysteries, cozy romances, things like that. It really was amazing how that circulation just jumped.
Would anybody like to share some specific ways your community was affected by COVID?
Well, this is sort of some ways that the library helped support our county's response. So we had library staff out there building temporary shelters for folks who are housing insecure. We had our delivery drivers who are normally carrying books all over the county. They were carrying PPE and supplies for the health department. And we also had a primary election in May. And so a lot of library staff were able to show up and process those ballots, which is not work that they normally do. And so there are a lot of things that we've had to readjust to. But, and another big one was providing translation services for the county health department. So all those English language materials could get out to the other communities who did not speak English. So that was a big change for us.
One of the things that we have that's a challenge for us, and everybody has this to a certain degree, but we have 56 cities within our library district, 3 counties, 4 different health departments. We got 3 different health departments, plus the city of Kansas City's health department. And so it's really hard to say that there was one community. And so even the ability for us to know the proper response in a place where we have a geographic community that just has natural social distancing. I mean, it's a community that population's only 500 people and there's more cows than people in the town. It was a real challenge sometime to get those folks to understand the importance and to understand that, we had to shut down our interlibrary loan system. And the reason we did that is because the books were going to be coming from a place that did have very high incidence, and we didn't want to bring it's at a time when we didn't know how long COVID-19 lived on paper. We didn't want to bring materials into a community that was pretty sparse to begin with and probably pretty safe to begin with. So that was certainly something that's been different for us is sort of trying to figure out that the appropriate lowest common denominator that makes the most sense in such a diverse library community.
All right, just to keep an eye on the time. So in one sentence, what does this mean for your collection going forward or your library going forward?
I think we're going to maintain some of our users. We're just going to, I've seen growth every single day, even back when I started at the State Library in 2017. So we're just going to keep kind of building on what we've been doing. And a lot of patrons who didn't necessarily want to take a chance on it before suddenly are checking out ebooks and audiobooks.
Looking ahead, I think our next challenge is going to be helping to bridge the digital divide so, more people who currently don't have access to these materials can get access.
Couldn't have said it better. I think that we're looking at the same outcomes.
Well, thank you all very much for presenting today. I just want to make sure we share everybody's contact information, so we have their email addresses. And of course, if you have any other questions or need follow-up information, feel free to contact myself at Overdrive and join the conversation at #ALAVirtual20 on Twitter. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Wherever you may be joining or watching us today, we're so excited to be sharing a few highlights from our fall 2020 season, which is just around the corner. My name is Lizette Serrano. I'm going to kick things off for us today. More important than ever is encouragement, hope, and inspiration to help parents and educators validate young children and remind them that they too matter. From Rising Star author Tammy Charles comes a necessary picture book, All Because You Matter. Tammy wrote this book as a conversation starter to her son's questions. Why did they assassinate Dr. King? Why don't you let me play with my Nerf guns outside? It was time for the talk. This poetic, lyrical text that is part love letter, part anthem, reassures readers that their worth is never diminished, no matter the circumstance. Accompanied by illustrations by Caldecott and CSK award-winning artist Brian Collier, All Because You Matter empowers readers with pride, joy, and comfort, reminding them of their roots and strengthening them for the days to come. This is the picture book audience What the Hate You Give was for YA readers, and Ghost Boys were for middle grade students, a must-have for every library and classroom. Now on to nonfiction picture books, starting with Eleanor Makes Her Mark. Barbara Curley and Edward Farthingham are the maestros of picture bookographies and have been recognized by the Sibert and Boston Globe Hornbook committees. Among others, their books, What to Do About Alice and Extraordinary Mark Twain, are used in classes and libraries across the country. This book shines light on the extraordinary ways in which Eleanor Roosevelt worked tirelessly for change and justice. Next up is Anne Frank, the Girl Heard Around the World. Linda Elwich Marshall, who received the Sidney Taylor Notable Award for The Passover Lamb, wrote this poignant and age-appropriate picture book for early readers who are just beginning to learn about and understand Jewish history, World War II, and Anne Frank. Maura Lewis, author and illustrator of The Beautiful Gloria's Voice, lent her talents with incredible research and faithful accuracy to this book. There is also our favorite, robust back matter, including an author's note and a timeline chronicling her life. Building Zaha is an inspiring picture book about British-Iraqi architect Zaha Hadid, as a woman of color who was a pioneer in her field against all odds, told by debut author-illustrator Victoria Tentler-Kryoff. Victoria herself is a practicing architect and was heavily inspired by Zaha's story. The city of Baghdad was full of thinkers, artists, and scientists. Zaha knew from a young age that she wanted to be an architect. She didn't let critics stop her from setting goals and achieving them one by one. From winning art competitions to being the first woman in the United States to design an art museum. She persisted, she followed her dreams, and she succeeded. Now on to Emily.
Women and the Civil Rights Movement is one of the debut titles in a new series highlighting how individual women of differing races and socioeconomic status took a stand and how groups of women lived and fought throughout the history of this country. It looks at how they celebrated victories that included the right to vote, the right to serve their country, and the right to equal employment. With engaging text, fun facts, photography, infographics, and art, this new set of 5 books brings herstory to young readers. Our Scholastic Focus line of narrative nonfiction titles continues with 2 incredible stories. In Sisters of the War, journalist Rania Abu Zaid follows the stories of 2 sisters on either side of the Syrian civil conflict, illustrating the enormous tragedy of the turmoil and the devastation this strife has wrought, with arrests, killings, demolished homes, and further atrocities. But through it all, how these 4 girls maintain a sense of hope and possibility for peace. And last, but not least, the also nonfiction award-winning author Neil Bascomb brings us a story about an unlikely band of ragtags, a Frenchman of Jewish heritage, an American heiress who's also a top Monte Carlo rally driver, and a little-known French manufacturer called Delahaye, who took on Hitler's top Grand Prix drivers in 1937 as Europe marched ever closer to war. And now I'm handing it off to Sabrina.
From our graphics imprint comes a full-color graphic novel edition of Roald Dahl's The Witches, adapted and illustrated by Eisner Award winner Penelope Bagiu. It's the first ever Dahl story to appear in this format, and young and old readers alike will relish this dynamic new take on Roald Dahl's darkly funny masterpiece. Varian Johnson, Coretta Scott King author of The Parker Inheritance, pairs up with debut talent Shannon Wright in this graphic novel about the challenges of starting middle school, and how growing up with and apart from your twin sister complicates things even more. Jess Keating, acclaimed author of Pink is for Blobfish and Eat Your Rocks Croc, is back and better than ever in Bun Bun and Bon Bon, a graphic novel for younger readers in which a lonely bunny named Bun Bun meets a fancy candy named Bon Bon, and it only gets more adorable from there. Off to Danielle.
In the sequel to Kelly Yang's award-winning novel Front Desk, Mia Tang thinks she's going to have the best year ever. She and her parents are the proud owners of the Cala Vista Motel. Mia gets to run the front desk with her best friend, and she's finally getting somewhere with her writing. But as it turns out, 6th grade is no picnic. Mia's new teacher doesn't think her writing is all that great. The motel is struggling, and a new immigration law is looming, and if it passes, it will threaten everything and everyone in Mia's life. It's a roller coaster of challenges, and Mia needs all of her determination to hang on tight. But if anyone can find the key to getting through turbulent times, it's Mia Tang. Aida Salazar's debut, The Moon Within, captured the hearts of readers and earned 3-star reviews. With the cultural and historic exploration of Chicana people, she now brings her thoughtful and lyrical craft to another relevant topic, immigration. 9-year-old Batita knows she is a Crane. Papi has told her the story, even before her family fled from the cartel wars in Mexico to seek refuge in Los Angeles. It was prophesied that their people would one day return to live among the Cranes in the Promised Land. But when Papi is arrested by Immigration Customs Enforcement and deported to Mexico, Batita and her pregnant mother are detained and must learn to survive in a family detention camp outside of Los Angeles. Even in cruel and inhumane conditions, Batita finds her heart in her own poetry and in the community she and her mother find in the camp. A powerful and timely story in verse, with a timeless message, Land of the Cranes brings humanity to a political issue told through the eyes of a young girl. After spending 2 years in a Turkish refugee camp, Nora's family is granted asylum in Jordan's hometown of Tampa, Florida. The lives of the 2 girls intertwine at school, and despite their differences, the 2 form a fast friendship and an unshakable bond. But neither one is prepared for the adversity Nora and other Syrian refugees face on American soil. Although bigotry and unrest spreads throughout the community, it is love and friendship that stand strong against fear and hatred. Told in alternating perspectives in the wake of the president's 2017 Muslim ban, this timely story offers readers a unique, authentic perspective into the prejudices Muslim people face in the United States today. Told through resonant verse, This unsung piece of American history is brought to life through 6 alternating perspectives, some inspired by first-person accounts. In Flooded, Annie Berg tells the harrowing story of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and the devastation wrought on the working-class town when the dam breaks, flooding the town and killing thousands in its path. The search for justice, environmental themes, and the way the wealthy escape retribution will strike true for today's readers and will also give them a sense of hope and empowerment. Now I'm handing it back to Emily.
Bill Konigsberg is the author of 6 books for young adults, including the Stonewall Book Award winner, The Porcupine of Truth. With The Bridge, he now brings us a story of 2 teenagers, strangers to each other, who have decided to jump from the same bridge at the same time. But what results is far from straightforward in this absorbing, honest lifesaver that addresses issues of depression, loneliness, and self-worth with 4 different outcomes. 1, Aaron jumps and Tilly doesn't. 2, Tilly jumps and Aaron doesn't. 3, they both jump. 4, neither of them jump. Or maybe all 4 things happen in this astonishing and insightful novel with Bill Konigsberg's signature warmth. And now back to you, Lizette.
Oh, that was great. Thank you, Emily, Sabrina, and Danielle. We're so happy we can join you here today and have great stories that still connect us. If you miss anything, you can go back and rewatch it. I hope we piqued your interest. We definitely have something for every reader. We look forward to seeing you next time, and thank you for joining us today.
Hello everyone, I'm Christine McKenzie, President of IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. And I'm delighted to be able to join this presentation as part of the International Relations Roundtable Chairs Program. And thank you, Christina, for inviting me to be part of it. Of course, I would have been even more delighted if I could have joined you in Chicago in real life. I was so looking forward to coming. IFLA has had to cancel its conference in Dublin this year, and I know how disappointing it is, and it's really great that ALA can have this virtual conference. I was particularly looking forward to coming back to Chicago for ALA because it would have been my 4th time in the Windy City, and the first ALA I ever went to, and the first time I was in Chicago was back in 1990 when I did a job exchange at Baltimore County Public Library. And so Molly Fine from Baltimore came and lived in my house in Melbourne in Australia, and we went and lived in her house in Baltimore. And it was a great experience, and I'll always remember it. It was really an important part of my professional career. And so, hi Molly, if you're watching, and hello to the Baltimore County Public Library folk too. My memories are still very fresh, even though it's been 30 years. The theme of this session is Libraries Leading Social Change, and I'll talk about some of the local and global examples of what libraries are doing, and I'll frame this in the context of the United Nations 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and also IFLA's strategic plan. And the title of my presentation is IFLA Strengthening the Global Voice of Libraries. So I'll just move over now to share the PowerPoint here. Seems to take a little while. There we go. Great. So I'll just introduce IFLA first. IFLA was founded in 1927 and is based in The Hague in the Netherlands. It's been there since the 1970s. And it's a federation of library associations and institutions, and although we do have individual members, our primary purpose is to advocate for libraries and for the communities they serve at a global level. We've got over 1,500 members from 150 countries, including ALA. The lifeblood of IFLA is the 1,200 volunteers that work in our 60 professional units, which cover all aspects of our profession. I like to say that you find your people at IFLA, whatever your particular professional passion is. 3 years ago, IFLA undertook a very big project to develop a global vision for the library field. This involved thousands of library workers from around the world. We held workshops, we conducted surveys, and we engaged as many people as we could. And the result was the IFLA Global Vision Statement. Our vision, our future, the strong and united library field, powering literate, informed and participative societies. The Global Vision Report lists 10 highlights and 10 opportunities for the library field going forward. And all this documentation is available on the IFLA website. And from all the input we got from all the continents, including Antarctica and 190 countries, there was one key finding. We are united globally in our goals and values, and there's one opportunity too, that we must connect global and local actions effectively. Once we had our global vision and our 10 highlights and opportunities, together with our members, especially those involved in the professional units, we developed a strategic plan, 2019 to 2024. The plan has 4 strategic directions, and the first strategic direction is Strengthen the Global Voice of Libraries, which you might remember is the title of my talk. The 4 key initiatives are: 1, show the power of libraries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. 2, build a strong presence in international organisations and meetings as a valued partner. 3, work with library associations and libraries to identify key legal and funding challenges to their work and advocate for action. And 4, shape public opinion and debate around open access and library values, including intellectual freedom and human rights. So today in my talk, I'd like to give you some ideas about that and also share what IFLA is doing to support libraries leading social change. The best way we see to do this is to promote the United Nations 2030 Agenda. In 2015, 193 member states of the United Nations adopted Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets. United Nations Secretary General at the time, Ban Ki-moon, said that the global goals represent a universal, transformative and integrated agenda that heralds a historic turning point for our world. IFLA participated in developing the UN 2030 Agenda and was at the table when the goals were being formulated. Since 2012, we were advocating for 4 key areas to be included: ensuring access to information, safeguarding of cultural heritage, universal literacy, and access to information and communication technologies. IFLA has used the SDGs as the key plank in its advocacy for libraries and for the communities they serve. And to support this work, IFLA has developed the Library Map of the World, and the aim of this is to provide national level library data on selected metrics across all types of libraries in all regions of the world. And the site also highlights stories from different countries that show how libraries are achieving the SDGs. IFLA wants to amplify the actions of individual libraries around the world and how they are working to make the world sustainable. So 2020 has certainly provided us with more than enough social change. And they are 3 biggies: climate change, public health, and social inclusion. Or, to be more specific, the huge bushfires at the beginning of the year in Australia, the coronavirus, and the death of George Floyd in Minnesota. First, the bushfires. It was a terrible year for bushfires in Australia. No doubt you would have seen the news. Huge figures, and this has been compiled by the Australian Broadcasting Commission, our national broadcaster. 12.6 million hectares burned, 434 million tonnes of CO2 emitted, over 1 billion animals killed. Just terrible, terrible statistics. What can libraries do in the face of such devastation? How can libraries lead climate action change? Well, we could start at a local level. All actions have consequences. If everyone did a bit, we could make a huge difference. This is one of the Library Map of the World stories from a library in Ukraine. About 10 million tonnes of garbage are shipped to Ukrainian landfills annually. While 30 or 40% of this garbage is recyclable, only 4% of it is actually recycled. In 2016, a tragedy occurred in the city of Lviv when an uncontrolled fire caused the death of 6 people. This accident directed the attention of the city's entire community towards the area's environmental problems. The Lviv Regional Children's Library wanted to help tackle the region's environmental issues, so its libraries launched the Garbage Heroes project. Since the project's launch, it has held over 150 Garbage Hero events, and more than 3,000 people have participated. So I'll just show you this short clip about this project. And I think this really shows the multiplier effect that can happen. I'm sure it was one librarian who had this idea to start with, and from that, 3,000 children are now at least more aware and at best actively recycling. At IFLA, we are amplifying our efforts by becoming foundation members of the Climate Heritage Network, which was launched last year. The Climate Heritage Network is a voluntary, mutual support network of arts, culture and heritage organisations committed to aiding their communities in tackling climate change and achieving the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. Climate change affects everything, including our cultural and documentary heritage. The Climate Action Network highlights that cultural heritage is a climate action issue and climate action is a cultural heritage issue. By joining this coalition, IFLA strengthens our voice and the collective voice. IFLA has also contributed recently to the United Nations consultation on cultural rights and climate change, and we provided input to a report on the threat of climate change to heritage and culture. We are also advocating for WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organisation, to safeguard cultural heritage by ensuring that intellectual property laws are not standing in the way of preservation of heritage faced with the impact of climate change. So these are some examples of how libraries and librarians can do something, whether it is at the level of a children's library or at the United Nations. So now let's look at the pandemic and what libraries and librarians are doing. And this screenshot's from my old library where I used to work at Yarra Plenty Regional Library, and I'm sure a lot of these programs look familiar to you. We have libraries all around the world reacting innovatively to continue to provide programs and services to their communities. As a pretty heavy Facebook user myself, every day there have been numerous libraries providing virtual story times and activities and Ask a Librarian services. Libraries are reaching out to their users to provide ebooks and virtual book clubs and leaving their Wi-Fi on so people can use it in the car park. Librarians are resourceful and innovative and determined. And now, as libraries are starting to reopen, they are sharing information and resources and figuring out the best ways to do as much as they can. There's a lot of weird information circulating, particularly on social media. Why isn't this working? Here we go. There's a lot of weird information circulating, particularly on social media about the pandemic, and IFLA has recently produced a COVID-19 edition of our popular How to Spot Fake News infographic. It has a stronger focus on some of the issues encountered around the pandemic, especially the need to check with other sources, and recognises the huge role social media has in spreading the news. And this infographic is available for download on the IFLA website. And IFLA is compiling a seriously impressive list of resources from the world's libraries on how they are dealing with the pandemic, and more general information about COVID-19 and keeping staff and communities safe. There's also helpful information about reopening libraries. The third big social change issue that is creating a huge impact is racism. The death of George Floyd has mobilised people around the world to take a stand against racism. Australia has a shameful record in its treatment of Indigenous people, and the events in the US have caused people here to show their anger and their conviction that things have to change. The Australian Library and Information Association has released a statement condemning racism and points out that Australian libraries are working to improve the ways that they support and advocate with First Nations people and multicultural communities. Some of the ways that libraries are doing this are working with schools and health providers in delivering programs that improve literacy and health education, and developing collections, services and programs that are inclusive of all people in their communities from cultural or ethnic minority backgrounds. Of course, there is more to be done, but libraries generally see social justice as a guiding principle in all that they do. Here is a great example from Toronto Public Library. In 2016, Canada resettled 40,000 Syrian refugees and 6,000 have settled in Toronto. So here we have another story from the Library Map of the World.
Antigonish at the library, and in that room my family learned everything about this country within documentaries, in the sessions that they have attended, in the community groups, in the annual general meetings for our sponsorship group, meeting friends, building connections.
And I know from visiting Toronto Public Library that they have a very impressive refugee program there. IFLA has recently published a statement about racism. We stand with our colleagues in ALA and other library associations condemning all forms of racism as fundamentally contrary to the human rights and the values of our profession. We will continue to work to promote library and information services that make a better society for all. I think that it is important that libraries and librarians take a stand. And as IFLA's statement says, libraries are institutions with a mission to improve the lives of individuals and communities they serve. They do this not just through rejecting discrimination, but through actively promoting inclusion, giving everyone a meaningful opportunity to realise their rights to information, culture, information and science. If we keep these principles front of all we do, we can change things for the better going forward. And libraries have an important role to play in making the world a better place. I am optimistic that libraries are going to come out of 2020, a year that is having more social changes than I've ever encountered in my lifetime, stronger and more valued than ever. So I say yes. Libraries are social change engines, and so are the associations that support them. My presidential theme is Let's Work Together, so I'll finish with some rousing music. Thanks, everyone. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the virtual conference, and I do hope that I will see you next year in real life back in Chicago. And remember, let's work together to make libraries as good as they can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. First of all, I want to thank everyone for joining this panel. My name is Merve Yavuzdemir. I work with Turkish Ministry of Culture and Tourism, the General Directorate of Public Libraries and Publications. I'm the branch manager of Foreign Relations. This is the presentation I want to share with you about public libraries sustain the resilience of the community by fostering social cohesion for refugees and local people. I'm going to describe Turkish public library system quickly. In Turkey, all public libraries are authorized by centrally under the umbrella of General Directorate of Libraries and Publication. There are 1,582 public libraries and 53 mobile libraries throughout Turkey. There is no fee for membership or late return at any public library. All services are free in Turkey. Besides, there are also municipal libraries governed and financed by the local authorities. In Turkey, there is one membership service among public libraries. In other words, if someone applies for public library membership, then she or he can borrow, book, and return it to any public library in the border of Turkey. Therefore, we can say that our public library system is inclusive and welcoming for all. The number of refugees who escaped from the war in Syria and settled in Turkey have reached 3.5 million approximately since 2011. According to United Nations Refugee Organization data, the Syrians are the first place among the nations forced to leave their country in the world, and Turkey is the world's most refugee hosting country, approximately 98% of which are Syrian refugees. The reports of General Directorate of Immigration of the Turkish Ministry of Interior show that, based on the ratio of provincial population of refugees, border cities doubled their population. The huge migration wave affects our country in different ways: social, economic, cultural, health, and so on. Only 1.7% Syrian refugees are located in the refugee camps. Most of them spread through the country. Therefore, almost all public libraries should respond to this issue. When the members of public libraries are listed according to their nationality, it is determined that there are members of 103 nationalities, and the first 5 countries according to number of members are the Syrian Arab Republic, the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, the Republic of Iraq, the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The majority of the foreign members are students. Children under the age 18 are 39% of the total number of foreign members. As you all know, for many years, public libraries are not only places that provide information to people, but also public spaces that bring people together, educate, help, and give library services to all. Just as in all public libraries through the world, according to the legislation and mission of the Turkish public libraries, the public libraries provide equal and free services to all parts of society. Public libraries in developed countries are regarded as welcome gates for immigrants that serve as a bridge for them to social life. Because libraries are important public places to analyze the society they are in, to provide free and equal service, to meet the needs of society, and to improve the sense of unity and belonging in the society. The General Directorate of Immigration of Turkish Ministry of Interior prepared a social cohesion strategy report and action plan. According to this plan, all public libraries assigned to serve social cohesion programs, language courses, and information literacy education. Mobile libraries are issued to facilitate library services to refugee camp. We improve our collection in terms of the new needs of community. We also organize support services to both refugees and the local community. We use volunteerism to put on new programs for social cohesion. Some refugees become volunteers and they help our librarian to communicate with Syrian. We celebrate some special days in all our public libraries at the same time. For example, World Refugee Day. As General Directorate of Libraries and Publications, we cooperate with other ministries, such as Minister of National Education or the Minister of Health. Therefore, our public librarians could coordinate and work together with schools, health centers, and so on. With cooperation with international migration organizations, we attend important organizations for refugee and immigrants through Turkey and give information about our public library services to refugees. Public library should ensure that both space design and services offered are accessible and inclusive. You can see some of the services we provide with public libraries to refugees. Cultural nights, book clubs, homework helps, Turkish language training course, information literacy programs, makerspace, and like that. Various studies are carried out in different countries regarding library services to support social cohesion. However, migration is very different from other countries that faced in Turkey. Therefore, different adaptation strategies are needed for our country. The most important problem encountered in public libraries is language and socio-psycho-cultural problems. In this context, the studies that will contribute to social cohesion in our public libraries are categorized under 4 different groups: language, awareness raising, promotional activities, and cultural activities. In conclusion, in Turkey, refugees and immigrants become public library members without any fee. Both our General Directorate and public libraries participate in studies and decision-making process at the national and local levels. We improve our public libraries' capacity. Now they are more inclusive and multicultural. With our programs and courses, language is not an obstacle for Syrian and local community. Syrian children can adapt much more easily to school. Also, between women of different culture come together and understand each other more in the public library. With the help of public libraries, Turkish community, the host community, was able to manage the process smoothly. As public libraries, we all sustain our community resilience throughout our country, Turkey. This is the example of from our country. And this is from the our Extraordinary Readers documentary. You can read it on YouTube. Thank you for your attention. You see on the screen that I provide my email as well as LinkedIn account information for contact. I'm really appreciate your participation. It's great to see you online. Stay safe. Bye.
Hi, I'm Mai Shibutani.
And I'm her brother, Alex Shibutani.
We are so excited to celebrate National Library Week and share why libraries are so amazing.
Libraries offer free activities, technology, books, and more so you can discover what you're passionate about and follow your dreams.
Visit your library or go to ilovelibraries.org to learn more.
Hi, I'm Judd Winnick. I'm the cartoonist and I do the Hilo series. But I wanted to join you today to just take a moment to thank the greatest institution in the whole wide world, libraries. That's right, baby, libraries.
And with that, big love and thanks to the educators, the warriors, the real dang heroes who keep them afloat. Librarians. Where else in the world can you go and find books? Where you can research, where you can get support for free, and with the gusto and moxie that comes from the librarians. Nowhere, I tell ya. Visit your local library. Take advantage of the amazing work that they do, and support your local library in any way you can. Libraries rock!
Hey, in honor of ALA Virtual this year, I just wanted to take a quick second to talk about what libraries meant to me. They were a safe space for me to have my imagination transported and lose myself in new worlds.
I'm Chris Grabenstein, author of the Mr. Lemoncello's Library books. I want to thank all the libraries and librarians who were the inspiration for those books. On my author visits for my first books written for kids, I met all sorts of librarians who had turned their libraries into an oasis of fun and learning. I wanted to celebrate that fun with Mr. Lemoncello because I believe, like Mary Poppins, the more something is fun, the more of it gets done. Librarians are also intellectual freedom fighters. They help us find answers to all sorts of questions, especially some of the more difficult ones which are impossible to find without a good guide. You have truly inspired the words chiseled into the base of Mr. Lemoncello's statue, "Knowledge not shared remains unknown." Thank you for all the sharing you do.
We love you, librarians. We love the ALA, the American Library Association. 140 years. You look so young to me. Anyway, have a great, wonderful convention online, and we'll see you on the other side of this thing when we can be together and have cocktails.
Greetings, ALA friends. I'm Neil Porter, publisher of Neil Porter Books at Holiday House, and it is my enormous pleasure to introduce you to distinguished author, artist, and genuinely nice guy, Matthew Cordell. Matt is, of course, known to you as the creator of the 2018 Caldecott Medal book, Wolf in the Snow, but it has been my great fortune to work with him as the illustrator on a series of picture books written by Phil Stead that began with Special Delivery in 2015 and continued with The Only Fish in the Sea in 2017. A third, Follow That Frog, will follow next year. I was surprised and delighted when he approached me in the spring of 2017 with a passion project of his, a picture book biography of television icon Fred Rogers, a man who had had a profound influence on Matt, both as a kid in front of the TV screen and later as the father of two kids of his own, Romy and Dean. We jumped in feet first, and the result 3 years later, with the thoughtful guidance of the good people at Fred Rogers Productions and the Fred Rogers Center, is Hello Neighbor, the kind and caring world of Mr. Rogers, which we published last month. Working with an author and artist as gifted and intuitive as Matt is an intense pleasure. Working with him on a book that means so very much to him and one whose message is so very important in these troubled times has been a privilege. Here to tell you about his bookmaking process, his relationship with Mr. Rogers, and anything else he cares to share is my great friend and very good neighbor, Matthew Cordell.
Thanks so much, Neil, for that lovely introduction, and thank you to you all for tuning in today, and thank you to ALA for having me today. This is a wonderful honor and opportunity to share with you today my love of my lifelong love of Mr. Rogers and the wonderful journey that Neil and I both went on to make our book Hello Neighbor. So before we get started, before we get too far into my talk here today, I'd like to introduce you to a very good friend and neighbor to all of us, and I'd like you all to remember what it was like to see Mr. Rogers first walk into our lives.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? How are you today, television neighbor?
So I don't know about you guys, but that opening song, that opening sequence always takes me back to a certain time in my life. And for me, that time was when I was 4 years old, and just remember just getting into childhood, just getting into understanding life and welcoming, having Mr. Rogers in my world was such a great memory for me to have. So I'd like to punctuate my journey making the book Hello Neighbor and my time with Mr. Rogers with a few of the very memorable quotes that have stuck with me from Mr. Rogers. This is one of my favorite quotes. It's something that he would say at the end of every episode. "You are a very special person. There's only one person like you in the whole world. There's never been anyone exactly like you before, and there will never be again. And people can like you just because you're you." So I want to go back in time. The year was about 1979. That's a picture of me when I was 4 years old or so. And I was watching a little bit of television at that time. I was watching PBS Kids TV. And in those days, we didn't have the very wide offerings, lots of television programs on today. We had basically 3 programs that came on every morning, and it was Sesame Street, which is still popular today, and we had another television program, The Electric Company, and of course we had Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was my favorite. I loved Mr. Rogers, and I loved a few things about it on every episode. One thing I really loved was when Mr. Rogers would welcome special guests into his house, or he would leave his home on these little adventures and go out and meet artists or people doing different types of jobs. And I just loved the realness of that. And I also loved, there was a segment in the program where Mr. McFeely, the courier, would come in, Mr. Rogers' friend, and he would bring these videotapes and put them in this magic picture screen. It was called Picture Picture. And these little videos would show how grown-ups make things in factories. And this is a still here that we see from when they visited a crayon factory, and Mr. McFeely and Mr. Rogers talked to boys and girls about how crayons were made. So I loved that part of the show. And I loved Trolley. Who could not love Trolley? Trolley was bright red. He was just really, he didn't say anything, but he was very animated in his own way, and he would make these little special, he would react in these clangs and bells. And I loved how Mr. Rogers would show Trolley, and Trolley would be the introduction to a television neighbor viewer into my next favorite part of the show, which is the neighborhood of make-believe. So I loved how Trolley would take us into this magical world, this fantasy world where there'd be all these different people characters, puppet characters, really bright colors. So those are some of the things that I loved about Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood as a child. Now, as I got older and grew out of childhood, and I didn't really think too much about Mr. Rogers as much as I did, obviously, when I was a child. I remembered him from time to time, but it wasn't like he wasn't a huge part in my life until the year 2008, and that was when I became a dad myself. So that's my wife Julie there, and our daughter Romy, and Romy was born in 2008. And at that time, as the couple years went by and Romy became a toddler and a preschooler, we were watching more and more PBS Kids ourselves. For the first time again since I was a kid, I was watching some PBS children's television. And I remember one day we had the television on, and this is sort of a shout out to one of our local PBS affiliates in Milwaukee. And in one afternoon, it was just me and Romy at our house, and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood came on in the background. I wasn't really paying too much attention, and that opening sequence came on, the opening song, and it snapped my head to the side towards the television immediately. Like that sound of the song and the sight of Mr. Rogers coming through that front door, it just brought me straight back to when I was a child, and I sat down and watched it, and I was just really entranced, not just by nostalgia, but also by the wonderful things that I'd forgotten about that Mr. Rogers was and his television show was. And I was interested to see it again as an adult and as a parent, because a lot of the things that didn't really stand out to me as a child were really standing out to me as an adult. And some of the more, the calmer moments, the quieter moments were what really drew me to Mr. Rogers, because a lot of entertainment, a lot of pop culture today is not calm, is not quiet, and it's really fast paced, and it tries to get your attention and hold on to it as long as it can before you walk out of the room. And Mr. Rogers was he wanted you to slow down. He wanted you to listen to what he had to say and what the people on the show had to say. And so these moments really stood out to me. Just him talking to the television viewer was so peaceful and calming and real and serene. And also there were moments where he would just be doing crafts, and taking his time. And it was just really impressive that he was able to do that and keep my attention. And also when Mr. Rogers, when he was feeding the fish every day, that was sort of a nice calming routine. And also just the general sense of when he would show something to his child audience that might be new and unfamiliar, like this little kitten here, just the sense of warmth and wonder that he would convey to, he was just really amazing at being able to speak to children of a certain age and have them be interested in what he had to say and listen very attentively. And so, showing warmth and wonder. And I love that there was music everywhere, which I never really thought about too much as a child, but Mr. Rogers was a musician himself. He sang a lot of songs, which I loved, and he had a live jazz band that played the music throughout the show every day in the background. I love that he was very focused on the arts, appreciating arts. Again, he would have these guests on. That's Eric Carle, who we all know and love. And I love these moments where he would bring on artists and people making art and just focus on that and the importance and appreciate that so much. And he really had a very palpable and just really obvious love and respect and admiration for children. You could just see that. You could feel it from every episode, how much he loved and respected children, and because the work that I do as an author and illustrator and meeting boys and girls all the time, it just really was an amazing way to discover someone who had all of these wonderful qualities. And we both share our love and desire to meet and spend time with and understand and relate to children. And lastly, the very obvious amount of inclusion and diversity that was shown through all the different male and female characters, people of different color and religion and race, and all of these things together, it was just such a wonderful, very radical in some ways, program for children and families to have access to. And so after watching this and realizing how much I loved Mr. Rogers, I wasn't sure, I didn't really know much about Fred Rogers himself. So I really was curious, what was Fred Rogers like? Was he just a performer? Did he write any of these songs? Did he have how much involvement did he have in the show? So I really was curious enough to look him up and find different, interviews and biographical information, documentaries, and I realized that Fred Rogers was essentially the same person that Mr. Rogers was. He was the same wonderful, warm, curious, whimsical, loving, kind person that we saw every day on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And when I realized that, that there was kindness, there was tolerance, there was acceptance, patience, all of these, and his love and respect for children everywhere, I realized that I, as an author and an illustrator for children, I wanted to write and illustrate my own picture book biography. I wanted to try to use my skills as an author, as an illustrator, as someone who connects with children, to try and tell the story, this wonderful story, this nonfiction biographical story of this man and the work that he did throughout his life. Another quote that was really important to me and has been is, this is one of his most famous quotes that we see, and this is one that we see a lot, and it's, "When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping. If you look for the helpers, you'll know that there's hope. So when I was working on the book, you know, this was going to be my first work of nonfiction, definitely first biography, and it was someone who I really loved and looked up to. I was really intimidated, truthfully, and I was kind of afraid to do it. So I was thinking about that quote, and I realized I needed help, and I needed lots of help. So I looked for the helpers when I was working on this book. And one of the first places that came to me is my wife, Julie. And Julie has been an amazing support for me, an amazing person in my life. And Julie is, she found out that David Newell, Mr. McFeely in this photo, was going to be appearing at a comic book convention, which we love to do as a family. So she was like, maybe you can go meet him, maybe discuss your idea to want to do a book. And so we did go meet him, and he's such a wonderful man, just as you would expect, a very kind and nurturing person. But I was too afraid to talk to him about my book at that time. So that was a little bit of a help. Now, the next person who helped me was I have an author friend, Jonathan Auxier, who writes middle grade fiction. Well, he lives in Pittsburgh, and he told me that he had a friend he had a friend of a friend who worked on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and he was really encouraging me to reach out. So he sent me an email, and it turns out that person was David Newell, which I was very delighted to find out. So it was sort of a nice nudge to move forward and try to reach out to someone and discuss the idea of doing this. So the next people that I really needed to reach out to were people that were also friends of mine who write really great nonfiction. So different author friends, Candace Fleming, Lita Judge, Matt Tavares. These are all people that I knew well enough to talk to them about my fears and what I needed to do to make something really good out of this story. So so the next, I wrote a story, and then the next person I needed to reach out to was an editor, and I had really developed a nurturing relationship with Neil Porter. And Neil writes really terrific, or he edits really terrific nonfiction, and he really does really great picture book biographies. So I reached out to him, and he was interested enough to help me work out the manuscript and try to get it ready. And then the next people that we had to reach out to, of course, were the people at Fred Rogers Productions. So in order to make the book that I wanted to make, a book about Fred's life, about his work, about the characters he created, the songs, his lyrics, everything I wanted to tell, the entire story of Fred Rogers. I really knew that I was going to need to get the support, the blessing, and the permissions of the people at Fred Rogers Productions. So we reached out to them, and I was able to speak to them and convince them that I really wanted to do a great job with this. And in order to do it, I would need to have their help and have their blessing, of course, and so that we could all do this together and do it right. And so these are some of the people I was able to meet. I went to Pittsburgh and interviewed them and spoke with them. And these are several people that were very close to Fred Rogers in this picture, producers, helped to make the show. So I was able to get some really great help and information from my friends at Fred Rogers Productions. And I also traveled to Fred Rogers Center, which is an archive of photographs and documents and papers. And I was able to get all the visual research that I needed there at Fred Rogers Center. And at Fred Rogers Center, they have a lot of wonderful archived objects. Fred's sweaters, his sneakers that he changed into every morning, every episode. They had a trolley was there, it was really inspiring to see these things. And they also had lots of puppets, all the original puppets. It was amazing to finally see these these things I'd seen growing up close, these characters. And in Pittsburgh on our trip, I was able to bring my family, and there's lots of lots of things to see still around Pittsburgh museums. You know, here we have the Henrietta Pussycat and X the Owl's treehouse. So all these things together were making it easier, and all the help that I was getting to make the book that I needed to make. And now another quote that has been really significant for the making of this book, but also throughout my life. The greatest gift you ever give is your honest self. Now, this quote, it means a lot to me because I feel like I've always wondered how can I be a person, how can I be someone that kids are going to be interested in? How can I, if I'm not, really over the top, sort of clownish? In my beginning of my career, I worried about that a lot. And then I looked to Fred Rogers for more inspiration, and he had another quote that he's known for saying. And it was, I've always felt that I didn't need to put on a funny hat or jump through the hoop to have a relationship with a child. So I thought about that. I thought about, when I need to make the story, when I need to make the pictures, is my art, is it flashy enough? Is it slick enough? Is it glossy and polished enough? Because my drawings, my artwork is pretty loose. It's pretty scratchy, and that's what I like, and that's what I like in other authors and illustrators. Things that aren't perfect, things that are scratchy and loose, and these things that aren't very overly produced. And I was thinking about Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and it's not slick, and it's not overproduced. It had a very warm, almost at times really low budget and charming feel to it. And I love that about it. And I feel like that's kind of how my art hopefully comes across at times. That's sort of what I hope that it does. So I started to draw, how am I going to create these characters? So I started to draw in my style how Fred Rogers would look. And it took me, lots of practice, but this is an example of how I draw, with pen and ink first, and scratch it out kind of loosely on paper. And then I start to, when the drawing is done, then my watercolor is also sort of loose, and it's not very tight to the edges of the drawing, so that when I have a finished drawing, it is very loose. It is very scratchy and sketchy, and I think it's sort of, in my mind, and then I hope in your mind, my art, I hope that it goes well. I hope that it looks well, really seamless with the look of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood by the end. So in order to continue my work, I knew that I was going to have to do lots of studies. This was the very first time I drew Fred Rogers, and I drew a picture of him with a producer that worked, who I've gotten to know. Hedda Sherapan is her name. And so I made this drawing of Fred and Hedda, and then I gave this to Hedda and said, this is the first time I've drawn Fred, and I want you to have this, and it's going to kind of hopefully bring me some good karma, some good luck. So I continued to draw pictures of Fred, more studies and different poses, trying to get his posture just right, trying to get, I knew from the beginning, I wanted to have that red sweater. He had lots of colored sweaters, but I wanted to have a red sweater. And just trying to do some more studies. There were some years where there were some episodes where he was in black and white, so I wanted to get that sort of tone down, and also try to keep his the personality of him in the drawing. And more color studies, trying to get, so when I do watercolor, I don't just do flat colors. I try to think of how the shadows are going to look. The hair was, Mr. Rogers' hair for a lot of his career was sort of a graying color. So I did different layers of green and purple and a little bit of gray to bring that into the color studies. And this is where I did a lot of my artwork here. So we've got just sort of like my artwork is a little messy and scratchy. My desk is a little messy and scratchy, and I kept a picture of Mr. Rogers hanging there, and then in the corner of that poster is a signed photograph from when I met Mr. McFeely, and I had a King Friday the 13th hat that I wore a lot of days when I was drawing. And every day when I was working, I actually changed my shoes. I put on these shoes that I found, that these were the actual, you know, brand and color of shoes that Mr. Rogers wore every day on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So I put on the shoes, and I had a zip-up cardigan sweater to try to make this, you know, I really had such a great time drawing this book, and I wanted to just sort of make the most of it, you know, and just bring as much of that inspiration to my desk every day. And this is one of my finished drawings that doesn't have color, just pen and ink here. And this is from the title page of the book. And some more in progress work. This is a drawing from one of the first spreads you'll see in the book of that model town that we see in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Just starting to get some watercolor painted on this finished drawing. And this is what it looks like in the book. So this is a picture of a finished model town. You know, I got to see that town when I visited the people at Fred Rogers Productions, that actual little model town. It was such a wonderful thing. And this is one of my favorite spreads here. One of the first spreads you see in the book, where we see Mr. Rogers playing his piano, and you know how music was really a big form of expression for him. So I wanted to have all these things sort of blossoming out of the piano as he's playing it. And another favorite spread here. This is for again, one of my favorite places to see as a child, the Neighborhood of Make-Believe. And it was such a fun thing for me to get to draw all these characters and all the different set pieces and all the puppets. It was such a joy to bring this to life visually. And probably my favorite spot illustration in the book is this picture of Fred when he met Eric Carle on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I just love that episode so much, and I'm a huge Eric Carle fan and Mr. Rogers fan, so I knew I had to get that into the book as well. And here we have the finished cover of Hello Neighbor, and I wanted to bring Mr. Rogers on the cover in his red sweater and have a piece of the set and the show, the program itself, you know, the little town, and have, you know, Daniel Tiger needed to be on the cover for me as well, because I've always felt like, Daniel, you know, was an extension of Fred himself. You know, if there was any character on the show that was like Fred, I would say Daniel Tiger was the puppet version of Fred. So I knew he needed to be on the cover. And this is probably my favorite Fred Rogers quote of all time that I've seen, and I think it speaks to Fred's depth, the depth that Mr. Rogers had, but also how he could just strip things down to the simplest message. And so it was just, it's a really great quote that I love, and I think it really just for me it encapsulates the kindness, the depth, the love, and the sort of Zen-like nature of Mr. Rogers. And the quote is, "Our world hangs like a magnificent jewel in the vastness of space. Every one of us is a part of that jewel. And in the perspective of infinity, our differences are infinitesimal." So with that, you know, I think I just want to say thank you all for being here, and I hope that after this you will have time to remember Mr. Rogers. You know, these are strange times that we're living in, and I think figures like Fred and Fred Rogers, they can bring peace and calm and kindness and acceptance as we try to navigate these times, as we try to help each other get through these times, and help ourselves get through these times. So thank you all for being here. And remember, look out for each other, help each other, stay safe, and be well.